Here we go, everyone. Spawning down in the bottom left in a highly anticipated top 4. It is Vitality's Maru in the red. And his opponent spawning up the top right. One of the highest level ZVT players of all time. At his peak. Can he bring it today? It's Basilisk's Reynor. In the blue. Now, Old Republic, big map to start things out. Large map. And already, we're going to see something interesting off the back of that. It's going to be a command center first out of Maru. It's going to be quite intriguing. Quite intriguing. I mean, Maru is one of the best defensive players in the business. I mean, breaking somebody like Maru is just... It is a task. It is a task and a half. And he is very, very willing to, one, really dig in and drag the game out, kicking and screaming, forcing his opponents into the late game. And on the other side, he is also very willing to switch things up and go ultra aggro. Now, what are we going to see here out of Maru? There has been a little bit of a new style that has appeared in ZVT. And I'm wondering if we're going to see that in game number 1. Byun's been doing it a fair bit. I'm actually not sure who it originated with, but I do know that, you know, just like everyone, ideas are borrowed from one another. They're kind of refined off one another. But we've seen a lot of this 5 Marine drop, 3 Hellion play into Liberator. And it's quite an interesting little setup. Maru is going to, or rather Reynor, I should say, is going to go for that quick hatch at the third. On 27 supply, delays the Overlord. Not yet taking Lings, or rather drones off gas, the last one. Finally will do so now. Does delay the Ling speed, though. Obviously, with this, you float a bit of larva because you're delaying the Overlord, so it's not exactly ideal. Oh, this is very, very bad for Reynor to start. This is very bad. He, I think, was hoping for a regular opening with the from the Terran player, and that he was going to skip around the Reaper, or that it was a Marine opener. He will still get into the main, though, and that should be a scout on the 3rd CC. Maru, wow, pulling a lot of SCVs here. Really bringing the hammer down on this, actually. Well, okay, to me, it's crucial that he doesn't lose an SCV when you do something like that. And he doesn't. So, honestly, it's kind of fine. How far did Maru get with his Reaper? He stopped halfway. Okay, so he still... For all Maru knows, and we would never see it, but for all Maru knows, this is a 1-base Roach all-in. It's obviously not, but Maru is a player that takes calculated risks. Good positioning right there on the Queen from Reynor. I don't know if it was intentional, but he had his Queen basically fully blocking the Creep Tumor. And Maru was not able to get more than just a single click on it. And as a result, it survives and completes. Wasn't a given. Not a given. It is going to be 3cc Hellion Banshee. Different way to get there off the CC first. Bit of a better economy. Oh, and we've got 2 more gases coming down. This is going to be mech. This might even be like speed Banshees, in fact, out of Maru. That seems reasonably likely. Reynor is pretty well known for being a mech hater, as I think a good number of Zerg players are. Me raising both arms, both legs, all my fingers, every part of me. Reynor shouldn't be able to get the scout on the second gas at the natural. Oh, if he was looking there, he would have seen the gas being carried back. Double armory. Already double armory. So it's not going to be speed banshees. Well, actually, it still could. Still could absolutely be speed banshees. Just to kind of try and hold the Zerg at bay. Oh, and it is. Okay. Oh, Reynor was not prepared for this. He thought this was a fake cloak, perhaps. And this is a direct result of constant fake cloak plays out of Maru in his other TVZs. Oh, look at that transfuse. Great defense there from Reynor. He pulled all his drones very quickly away. Still, a fair bit of lost mining time. Maru already building a 4th CC. Oh my goodness. This is where right now, if you're Reynor, you are wishing you'd done a German taxi. A German taxi roach all in, because that would... I feel like this play would crumble against that. I feel like this would be just so difficult to deal with. We're going to see the Hellions at the 3rd base. That kind of felt like a bit of an opportunity for Reynor to maybe jump on that, but he elected not to. Thank you, Vleshgar, for the Prime resub at 6 months. Thank you, thank you. And Ripa for the follow. God, this 1-1 on the mech is so fast. Reynor does have his layer done. We'll need to start up roach speed, but he's just focused on defending with the roaches for the moment. Oh, there's those zippy banshees. This is such a brutally obnoxious style to go up against. Because, yeah, anytime you build drones, if the banshees happen to be popping in at that time, they can just pick them off on the way between bases. They really make it difficult to move out as a Zerg player. Maru already getting 7 drones. Not a crazy amount of damage, but a big nuisance for Reynor to deal with. And he's going to kill a gas too, which is quite nice. Mech has been indirectly buffed. And kind of the counter to Mech has been somewhat shifted. Oh, that's going to be a cancel on the 5th base. Nice job for Maru here. Just zipping around with the Banshees. Vipers no longer abduct siege tanks. It's a well-known thing. But Microbial Shroud can be very good at approaching siege tanks and just opening up paths to engage. See how long it takes Maru to start the 2-2. We're going to see the Overlord speed starting up. Reynor is on triple Evo right now. He built a 3rd evolution chamber in the main. Oh, this might be another cancel on this base, but Maru going to pull back for the moment. Interestingly, he pulls back the one Banshee that still had a little bit of cloak energy, just a little oopsie on the cycling. There was no detection there for Reynor, so he kind of got away with one. I feel like that could have been a cancel. Oh, Spore showed up anyways. Good job from Reynor. Maru is being a big nuisance denying creep, and it's really important that the Zerg player gets creep up and running. Oh, these Lings eating a big shot here, but Maru is going to get surrounded. Blue Flame just completed. Beautiful surround there from Reynor, though. Excellent little fight. Gets a nice cleanup. Still, there's a lot of Lings going down for that. Maru already getting up towards his 8 factory setup. Already on 4 orbital, 4 base mech. Vipers being added on here. They will, of course, be good for dealing with the Cloak Banshees. Double starport coming through here for Maru behind this. Is he thinking BCs already? Or is this Vikings to deal with Vipers or possibly even Broodlords? Scan comes in, sees the Spire. Sees the... I don't know if he's seen the Hive. He probably saw it at the Natural just now. Yeah, he did. Okay, so he knows Hive is done. I mean, at this point, Hive's going to be done. At this level of play. I guess seeing the spawning pool will let you know that there's no adrenal glands done yet. We're going to see Maru moving out. This 2-2 mech timing, jeez. Looks insanely strong. Reynor does have no Bane speed, and that's a big problem. Anti-armor missile hits a couple of Lings and a Ravager or two. We're going to see an attempted flank coming in here. It's a decent... Oh, wow. Really good Blinding Clouds, actually. Shutting off a couple of the tanks. This is actually a great engagement here from Reynor. Really, really good engagement. Maru did have a good tank spread. This is where those Banshees staying alive is such a nuisance. Oh, Spore gets taken out here. That was a really good fight from Reynor there. He's actually trading cost efficiently now. Transfuse is being used on this gas here. The thing is, this is still a very playable game for the Terran. He's got 2-2 on his mech. He's got 5 bases. The Banshees kind of prevent the move out. And yeah, Maru's building a crazy number of command centers. There is the Mule Hammer. It was a good start for Reynor, but he has still got a lot of work ahead of him to win this game. He definitely needs Bane speed. He needs it real bad. 3-3 starts up on the mech of Maru. Abduct on some Thors could be quite nice there. Parasitic Bomb on the Banshees. Blinding Cloud's going to be pretty good. Corrosive Biles. Able to get a kill on that one tank that was wounded up from earlier. Oh my god, these Parasitic Bombs and the Queens were just shy of killing like 3 Banshees there. Meanwhile, Ling's driving by, running by into the natural and the third. Ah, nice little play there from Reynor. But this will get cleaned up. Push at the front is going to find some... Well, it's going to find a tank and a Thor. They're kind of isolated. Still cost-efficient game here out of Reynor. He's finally got that Bane speed on the way. He is going for the 3-3-3. I'm going to assume once the +1 melee kicks, or +2 melee finishes. Maru, he's got the mass scans available here. 5 orbitals, 2 more about to complete. Ooh, nice little Ling run by again at the third base. Bane speed finally going to complete in a moment. Okay, I was going to say, if this is an orbital, that would be actually a crazy person move. This one, kind of fine, because it's a very good position for the Terran. All the reinforcements kind of flow through here. Reynor doesn't actually have a crazy number of bases here. Oh, is that a Viking dive? That was. He dove 2 Vikings for a couple Vipers, didn't even get them, and lost the Vikings. So that's, once again, pretty good for Reynor. I mean, really good for Reynor, honestly. Oh, Banshees on the right side will find some of the Banes. It is very difficult to have coverage all across your position as the Zerg, unless there's creep. Oh, that is a lot of Hellbats here. This is almost just Thor Hellbat. Raven here is full on energy. Anti-armor missile could be big. Neural Parasite is added in. That is a pretty necessary thing, I feel like, to deal with this many Thors. Unless, of course, your opponent, you know, just kind of leaves them out in the open, which... Honestly, that... If Reynor had committed to the fight... Well, it would have depended a lot on the Baneling hits against the Hellbats. Oh, we are going to see this Hellion run by at the top side. Reynor does unburrow this Spore, but the Hellbat morph is so fast, and these Lings are going to get absolutely shredded. Roasted, and now the resources lost is swung in the favor of Maru in a big way. Speed Banshee's getting in here while the Spore is unburrowed. And Reynor is going to lose the base. Parasitic Bomb will come through. Maru with the splits, though. And all 4 of these Banshees can just run home, repair up, and pretend like nothing happened. Except a lot happened. Base goes down for the Zerg. He's down to 5 bases now. Maru hasn't been muling particularly hard. He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to, you know... Well, he does need to morph these into orbitals. Burrow added in here. 8 Infestors. That could be a very good addition to this army. Banshees, of course, adding so much value. Oh, double abduct going to get these Vikings. Re-abducts one of them. Baneley's. Oh, no. Baneley's into a Thor is not what you want. That is very wasteful. And now the we're up to a 2,500 resources lost difference. Resources mined is relatively close, but slightly in favor of Reynor in the aggregate, I believe. That's a good rain of vials. That's a lot of damage on those Thors. Lightning Cloud going to be decent. Good transfuses on the Vipers. Honestly, so far, excellent spellcaster control from Reynor. He has lost 2 Vipers and a Queen, but it feels like he's been quite clean with keeping them alive overall. That was a really good fight. Yeah, he only lost 1 Viper there. Did lose a lot of Banes, though, so I think the battle report doesn't properly reflect that, which can make it tricky for potentially analyzing your replays. We do see the Fleet Beacon is, or pardon me, the Fusion Core is done. Liberators can be an option, of course, but so can BCs, and we might be headed in that direction. Single engineering bay for Maru. He's already gotten the first, well, he elected to get the first one. +1 range to missile turrets, auto turrets, and planetary fortresses. Very good. Very effective tool. I feel like this map is oh, neural parasite on the Banshees. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, don't corrosive bile your own stuff. That was, well, he's still going to get most of the Banshees. Huh, okay. So what? Oh, that's a little bit awkward. He could have corrosive biled a specific spot like here and then grabbed all the Banshees and clumped them up on that spot. But it is something that you need to be pretty crisp at. He still kills 3 of the Banshees, and did he really not lose? Oh, hold that thought. We've got an engagement coming in. Lightning clouds on the army. Scan on the left side, though, does find a lot of the infestors. Neural parasites are good, but the Thors are going to get released from their spell. And that will end up being a... honestly, a pretty even exchange. The problem right now is that Maru has more bases. He's still not mining more, is the really interesting thing. But if I'm Reynor, I'm assuming he's mining more. I'm assuming my opponent is muling. But Maru is, like, only setting up to mule outlying bases. Oh, getting caught without the Hellbats. Massive lightning cloud on the center of the mech. Is that going to be enough? Yes, it will. Big bios come through. That's going to be a massive kill on this base. And all of a sudden, Maru caught without any Hellbats or Hellions in his army. And Reynor gets a brilliant fight there. Reynor does have a bit of a larva issue, though. I mean, even without injects, he was on 7 hatcheries. Now he's on 8. So, I mean, it's still going to be getting a lot of stuff. Maru now in some pretty big trouble, I would say. Ooh, if these Lings can kill this base, that would be gigantic for Reynor. And they will get it. Very nicely done. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, oh, this Roach, mostly Ravager army. Couple of Lings, couple of Roaches in here. He is going to kill this planetary as well. And this is actually, all of a sudden, such a good position for Reynor. Maru took one bad fight. Reynor really punished the lack of Hellbats in that army. And now he has all the momentum. But here comes the Ghost transition. The thing is, because the bases have not been heavily muled on the initial really, I would say anything past the first 3 bases, there's still quite a few resources. Actually, I guess looking at the 4th base, it looks like it's been muled pretty decently. Reynor is actually trading efficiently now and is starting to kind of take over this game. If Maru does go on to lose this game, which, I mean, it's looking very promising for Reynor right now, but it is very easy to lose to mech, even from an amazing position. But if Maru goes on to lose this game, I wonder if he will play mech for the rest of the series. This is game 1 in the series. Oh, here comes the blinding cloud. This doesn't look like a great engagement here for Reynor. Yeah, this is a strong Liberator line. Maru retaking the resources lost advantage, but it is close. Ghost Mech has been it has been something that Zerg players have been it's kind of the boogeyman. Liberator Thor Mech. Oh, Corrosive Biles. Good unsiege right there from Reynor. Maru saves the Liberator. This high-yield gas base is going to get denied, but the one on the right side will actually go into Reynor's possession at the moment. That was the one that Maru was initially mining from. Not a whole lot of defense in the middle. A few high ground tanks, but because it's an orbital, you can just lift. How many command centers go down for Maru? Looks like none. And it's only 12 SCVs, and I think maybe a tank. That was a lot of stuff for Reynor. A lot of Ling Bane. Says 3 tanks, but I'm suspicious of this battle report unless I missed the outset of the engagement, which I totally could have. Reynor does have a very, very nice, well-balanced bank. He's into the air upgrades. Once again, no Hellbats here. They're kind of straggling from the army. If Reynor kills all these Thors, it will be really worth it. And he does get 3 out of the 4 and a couple of tanks as well. Meanwhile, on the left side, Liberators and tanks kind of on their lonesome. There's a missile turret. There's a sensor tower. Scan comes in. Blinding clouds or abducts both could be good, and it will be, well, it will be all of this. All 5 of these units getting switched off here. Reynor does find Maru moving out to the right side with the majority of his army, and that's going to be a big opportunity now for Reynor. He kills the planetary in the middle. That was kind of providing a backbone of defense. Reynor is playing an outstanding anti-mech game here. Outstanding. Showing incredible poise and patience. Oh, it is tough to see those liberation zones on the mini-map, or rather on the map itself. Reynor may have to give up this base. He does lose this high-yield gas base. They're kind of ping-ponging back and forth between them. Only a handful of gas, not even 100 gas has been mined total between the 2 bases. This is where, if Maru went back into Banshees, it would be really, really annoying to deal with. He does need to secure a new base desperately, though. Maru on 174 army supply. Reynor on 140. How many infestors are there? Just 2. So Thors are not going to be easy to answer, but the army is mostly tank ghost. Ghost tank. 27 Hellbats, though. That is crazy. This is going to be a really tough army to fight for Reynor. Oh. That is a strong siege tank position. Corrosive Biles will find that tank. Yes, he does get the kill. Maru has pulled back from the forward position, but has anchored this with a lot of tanks and liberators. Oh, Ghost at the front. They don't get caught. They mostly get away. That was expensive for Reynor. He's mostly mined mineral. Actually, no, he's only mined minerals from this base. No gas. That is not ideal against a mech player. You really don't want to leave them gases to take for later if you can avoid it. Ghost coming in with the snipes. Hellbats will try and hold at the front. The Ghosts are tanky as hell. And they will mostly escape getting some big snipes. Maru taking the best fight he has in this game. Reynor, I think he felt compelled to try and hold that base and take a fight there because he couldn't do anything on the counterattack. Reynor only has +2 flyer attacks. He's up until this point, I would argue he was rich enough to afford double spire, double upgrades. Now, I don't know that I feel that way. Scans coming in, looking for the Broodlord switch. And he does find it. He keeps scanning until he sees it and he gets it. 9 broods coming through. The thing is, for Maru, he is super, super poor right now. So he really needed to secure this base. Gonna be able to secure this one on the bottom right. He's back up to 44 SCVs. Maru also gonna be on 2-2. I mean, he's been on 2-2 for the Ghosts. Gonna be on 2-3. I don't know if we need +3 infantry armor right now. I feel like that is a bad allocation of resources with how poor we are. But eventually he'll be able to afford it. Currently, we don't have Reynor mining gas. He really needs to get his gas mining going. Just now starting to mine from this high-yield gas. This base has not been mining gas. Reynor just spent all of his gas. Still got a few minerals in the bank, but he really needs to saturate these gases. Liberators, by the way, do have +2 ship weapons, which is a pretty big deal since they attack multiple times and the Broodlords have no armor upgrades. Oh, man, if Reynor goes on to lose this game, which it's starting to look really good for Maru, basically since he added Ghosts. Also, there's 150 gas here. Maru definitely wants that. But yeah, if he does, I feel like it's going to be the lack of air upgrades that does it. Reynor is kind of all in on the composition that he's currently got. He needs to take a good fight with it. Liberators sieging up. They do have the range upgrade. Oh, we are going to see Reynor moving in on the right side. Corrosive Biles dodged with that Liberator. Well, he dodged one of the 3, and that's all it takes. Does lose this one now, and there's no static defenses here. Oh, parasitic bombs on the Liberators. Maru unsieging and splits them away. Planetary Fortress. Hell, I was just thinking how this is hell for the Zerg, as Roddy would say. 21 SCVs go down. And the base does survive on the bottom right. Oh, this has been a frustrating game for Reynor. You know it. These spores do not reach the Liberators, but he can abduct in here. Oh, snipes coming in on the Broods. Reynor is currently mining a lot more than Maru, but only for a moment. Maru is, once again, it feels like he has been really holding back on muling for so much of this game. Liberators being attempted to be repaired up. Is there a little bit of F2 syndrome there? No? Think so? Maybe? Broodlords. Wow, Reynor is going crazy with the broods. He is on 65 drones still. Going to be 19 Broodlords. How many Thors do we have? 7, 2 Vikings, 6 Liberators, 11 Ghosts. A Raven anti-armor missile on the broods could be big as well. If Reynor can set this base up, that will be very, very handy for him. Both players are now mining. Funnily enough, they've started to mine the high-yield gas bases, and they're almost in sync with that. Reynor finally getting the +1 flyer carapace. Meanwhile, Maru getting in towards the +3 ship weapons. He's going to have a big advantage in air versus air fights. Oh, these Liberators are... They make it so that the ground army just cannot approach. The Infestors cannot even come close to this army. And without that, it's very difficult to protect the Broodlords. Maru is just inevitably pushing forward. Parasitic Bomb comes through, does connect on the Liberator, but if Maru with a quick unsiege will just move back. Thor does get a little bit lost. Nice abduct right there on one of these Vikings. The Spores, though, had to reposition Lings and Banes on the right side. Ghost actually rotating to deal with this. Oh, my God. That is a lot of mules. There they are. Feels like Maru was waiting for a moment to drop the mule hammer like that as a demoralizing tactic. Oh, flanking Broodlords. That's actually a really big play from Reynor. That's a really, really nice little move. Liberators, though, they are a problem. Maru has such an advantage in the air-to-air. Like, that is... Look at the damage. It's all as a result of the difference in the air upgrades. I think Reynor might have just completed plus one air armor a little bit ago. He really needed those upgrades a long time ago, though. And he definitely needs to keep building the upgrades. Maru is about to complete the full Monty of upgrades here. 31-minute game already on Old Republic, and there's still a lot of resources on the map. Oh, these Lings getting into the natural. They will find some tanks. That's actually quite nice for Reynor. If you can open up the Terran production for later Ling run-bys, that is a really big play. Where Lings get cleaned up very quickly. There's so many scans available for Maru at this point. 12 orbitals. Absolutely absurd. Sensor tower gets taken down. Those Broodlings actually got cooked so quickly. Even without the Hellbats. Just so much DPS in this army from Maru. Taking a look at the army value. There is a lot more army value for Reynor. Oh. Hellbats not going to be able to protect this Thor. Nice Corrosive Vials with the surround. Not an army that feels like it should have been able to win that for Reynor, but he got a good little engagement off of it. Corrosive Vials to get avoided here. There's actually not enough to deal with these Blue Flame Hellions. Fungal Growths will need to be potentially used just to save the drones. Good job there on the Fungal. The Hellions did split, though. Meanwhile, Thor's Vikings, Liberators moving on the right side. Good little 1-2 punch coming in from Maru. God, that is a lot of drones going down to these Blue Flame Hellions. Just 2 of them. Hellbats as well, causing a kerfuffle. Maru reinforcing with pure Hellbat, it looks like. Which is a little bit strange, honestly, to me. He's only got 6 on the field. Yeah, he lost a lot of those Hellions, so he does need them. Reynor's going to need to rebuild his tech. He did start his +2 Flyer Carapace, and I do believe it should complete. No Microbial Shroud was made in this game, by the way. It's important to note. Oh, God, the Broodlords! Oh, they're going to get jumped in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Fungal Growths do come down. He will get a big punish on this. Oh, a really big punish. Is that enough, though? 6 Broodlords for 8 Ghosts. It actually could have been a lot worse. Hive does fall. Counterattacks coming through. The fact that Hellions are being made makes it a lot better for Maru for dealing with this. Reynor is now the one behind in the bank. He needs mining. Oh my God, he's down to 23 drones. Wait, what? Now with this base still having resources, it's a big problem for Reynor. We will see the Lings coming in here. Hellions and Hellbats are actually so powerful in the later stages. The mineral-only unit for the Terran kind of hard counters the mineral-only unit for the Zerg. Once it's got smart servos and the max upgrades. Remember, there was a period of time where Blue Flame Hellbats one-shotted Lings once they had +3 weapons. I know Mech Terran players complained to the high heavens when that got changed to now you need to do 2 hits to kill an infinite number of Zerglings. An insane thing to complain about, by the way. We're now up to a 14,000 resources loss difference. Infestors added in here. This will... I mean, Maru's actually still got a lot of resources to mine. He's got 4,500 gas to access at this base alone. Still has another 2,000 at this base. Reynor has been struggling to get new bases. And you do not need to hold the base for long to mine an insane amount of resources from it. Not gas, but minerals. When you have the orbital command bank that Maru does. We're gonna go for another run by here. It's a nice little run by. Oh, Raven means he doesn't even need to scan there. Has the layer or hive been rebuilt? No. I feel like the frustration of Reynor is starting to become palpable. He can't even max out anymore. He's got a lot of gas mining, funnily enough, actually, so he can afford a lot of infestors. But this is looking really, really good for Maru. This is looking ridiculously good for Maru. Transfuse not going to be able to keep that spore alive. I don't think there was ever an option. I don't think it was ever possible. Maru is just cleaning out the remaining bases of Reynor. Reynor can't really do much to this army with what he's got. He needs it to be unsieged. Oh, EMP's going to land on the infestors. Goes for the snipe now. Maru just rotates back. This was with the spores unburrowed. Reynor having to rebuild the spawning pool now. Ghost does go down. I don't think Maru needs to make these little moves. I think he can just... Oh, never mind. Here goes the final engagement, potentially, of the game. We're going to need to see some insane neural parasites. Fungal growth, blinding cloud. Broodlords are not going to be enough. They're getting absolutely obliterated here. Well, actually, hang on. There's still a lot of them left. No, it's not going to be enough. Ghost snipes come through. Reynor will lose a 37.5-minute game. For just a moment, I was wondering if the Broodlords might be able to survive that. But no. Not even close. Not even close. And even with them surviving for a little while, the DPS is not actually that insane from them. Oof. You think Lingbane Corruptor with one Muta is going to catch on? It's a good question. It's a good question. Maybe? Yeah, I'm not sure. I struggle to see how Reynor's going to be not tilted there. I worry about him for the rest of the series. All right, let's get into game number 2 in just a moment. It's going to be Winter Madness. Maru just frustrates Reynor. Yeah. Quite frustrating to see him stick to a comp that doesn't work. I don't know that there is a whole lot of comps that... I mean, Fighting what Maru had is extraordinarily difficult. Yeah, it's really, 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 really hard. Like, really hard. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom right. For Vitality, it is Maru. In the blue. And his opponent spawning up the top left for Basilisk, it is Reynor. In the red. That is the kind of game that leaves a mark on your soul as Reynor. He was in a really good position for a lot of that game. But that is quite a tough game to face. Yeah, that's one that just does not feel good at all. We're going to see a pool first, but it is going to be a 2 Rax Reaper opening here from Reynor. Or pardon me, from Maru. What was this? This was, I believe, a 16 pool. Yeah. Yep. 16 pool. Or possibly an Extractor Trick 15 pool. Either way, it's going to be a 6-ling opener, which is quite rough, actually, against this, I would say. Because the Terran has access to a wall on the low ground already, and they're going to have more units. This is looking to sneak around the first Reaper, I'm going to guess. But this mind game for Reynor is not going to work out well. Oh, if he sends the Lings right across... Oh, no. He's going to see the Reaper. Okay. Well, if this were a 1 Reaper opening, this would have been very good for Reynor. Maru, as long as he is paying attention... Oh, there was actually a small moment where Reynor potentially could have surrounded that. But... do you focus all attention on the natural command center? Reynor kind of hesitating with the Lings in the main there. He's going to just go after SCVs and see what he can kill. Oh my god, the RNG on that SCV was so unfortunate for Reynor. Could have been 3 SCVs. Instead, it ends up being only 1. He does force his opponent's Reapers to come back home, which buys him a little bit of time. Maru going to commit now to 5 Reapers. That is a lot, actually. Would be really good for denying the 3rd. But there is no 3rd base. Did Reynor see the 3rd CC? No, it started up after he got cleaned up. It's going to be tough to figure out what is going on. And with how late Reynor's 3rd base is, I mean, this is just going to be very, very challenging. Oh, Maru losing one of his Reapers there. That's a little bit awkward. A little bit awkward. Reynor really needs a 3rd base. Like, for a while, he's not going to be able to make use of additional drones. Not really. Ling speed will complete. Oh, Maru going to commit into the main. Oh, shouldn't be able to get that queen. Oh, the Lings. Oh, my God, the grenade. Nice grenade there from Maru. Escapes out. That... I can... The tilt is palpable right now. Ay, ay, ay. Kudos to Maru for really playing into that. It is going to be a fast Evo Chamber out of Reynor. The Reapers putting themselves all the way down in the bottom left. Cute little move from Maru, hiding them, well, just really, really far out of the way. Maru, single Engie Bay would be wild right now. Now he adds a second factory. I think this is going to be a fast drilling clause. Oh, Reynor does see these Reapers. Would be a nice little moral victory if he can get the kill on them. Grenade. Not going to be enough to save that. That's all 3 grenades now being used. This will be a full kill. Maru did manage to put it into the... That is a really obnoxious little pocket. I did not realize that only 1 Ling could hit a unit here. Don't tell Terran or Protoss players about that. That is a really, really unpleasant thing to deal with. Yeah, this feels like it's going to be a drilling clause rush out of Maru. He doesn't quite have the gas yet for that. Very interesting that he's playing single engineering bay with this. Surely he doesn't actually just switch into mech off this. There's no way. No, it's reactor. Yeah, he's going for fast drilling clause. I'm assuming that's going to be the next allocation of gas. I mean, yeah. Oh, no, you can't get it until you have the armory. Of course. It's like, why is he not building it yet? Well, you need the armory. I'm not used to it in this matchup that you need the armory. It's always something that kind of slips my mind. There's the second engineering bay coming in. This is such a bizarre little opener here from Maru. Very inventive, though. Very clever. It kind of seeds some of the timings. CEDS. Like, it gives up a couple of the timings that you would normally get. Like, in terms of normal pushes. Nice little counterattack coming in from Reynor. Maru's got to be careful. Oh, the tank! Oh, my God. The tank just obliterated so many of Maru's own SCVs. Holy crap. He killed 4 of his own and wounded like 7 or 8 of them. Sheesh. Meanwhile, on the other side, the drop does get pushed back. Maru now needs to get an incredible amount of damage done with this drop, with this drilling claws rush drop. Reynor is going to be playing quick burrow. He's already got his 1-1 done as of right now. Drilling claws will come through. Spore Crawler going to reposition in the natural that was built, I think just in case of Banshees. +2 melee in production. Maru. Oh, if he loses that early medevac, that would be so bad. We are going to see the Drilling Claws mine rush on the left side now. God, Drilling Claws is so fast now. The burrow speed is just insane. Nice little split away from Reynor. Good split. Like, that was phenomenal. Honestly. The handling of that by Reynor. Outstanding, even. Oh, this Widowmine is going to rearm, though. Maru gets a big hit there. 4 kills. Oh, he just got another big hit. Wait, where? Oh, this base. Another 4 Drilling Claws mines coming into the natural. Medevac does go down. The drop in the main does get cleaned up. Maru is just running all over the place with these. They are so brutal to deal with. Oh, and it hits from the high ground there. Gets a big shot. Well, yeah, 4 kills. It's a pretty big shot. The thing is, this is still... It looks really bad for Reynor. But it's actually... He's handling it well enough to be ahead in the resources lost. I do think Reynor is still ahead right now. But it feels like you're behind after this. Oh, barely managed to prevent that mine from firing. But it's a big prevention. It's going to be +1 missile instead of the +3 carapace. Interesting. Reynor going for Hydras now. Maru is continuing to just pump Widow Mines. He has gone for a crazy economy and has really just not been building units. Vipers added in here. You can theoretically use those to yoink the mines out of the ground. Oh. Oh, God. Putting it in the little nook. Oh, he targeted the Overlord there. Big misstep for Maru. Big miss micro. Could have gotten a lot of value there. Reynor now 1,500 resources ahead. No Hydra range yet, but he does have speed. This is occupying so much attention for Reynor. This is really, really, really obnoxious to deal with. Ore Crawler will take down the medevac there. 3 drones go down. That's a good trade for Reynor once again. 3 drones for a medevac and 2 mines. As long as this doesn't fire again, it's amazing, actually, for Reynor. Widow Mine does get taken out before it can fire. Oh, he gets all 3 just barely. Excellent job from Reynor there. Maru is being incredibly wasteful here. But he doesn't care. It's getting him up to 4 bases, a big command center swap. These nooks, man. These nooks in the mineral lines. Oh, that parasitic bomb coming in. The deadest medevac of all time. A lot of drones have died, but like 29 Widow Mines and 8 medevacs for 47 drones, 60 lings. Even if you subtract everything else, that is still very bad for Maru in terms of resources lost. It's just that that doesn't necessarily matter. Maru knows that as long as he gets to the late game, he is going to have a strong composition and the ability to be very efficient when the ghost count gets big. The thing is, Maru does have a big tech disadvantage right now, an army value disadvantage. But the Widow Mines are tough to attack into, even with, 30 Widow Mines being thrown away. They're just so cheap and fast to produce. You can get a significant number out already. Reynor, it really does feel like he needs to get something done here with how much Hydraling Bane he's made. Actually, it's not even the Hydras. The Hydras are kind of a small portion of this. It's the Banes. Maru doesn't have a lot of crazy powerful units just yet. Lightning Cloud going to come in. Stim will go through Widow Mine. Oh, gets a big shot on the left side. And this is going to end up being a very expensive attack for Reynor. And now all of a sudden the resources lost is even. Actually, Maru's ahead by 200. That kills a base, but does not deliver the knockout punch I think Reynor was looking for. Hydra range upgrade now added in. He's got lunge queued up behind it. Maru continuing to pump tanks behind this. He's on 3 factory. Just finished up a few more orbital commands, so he's going to drop the mule hammer here on this 5th base. And income is going to shoot back up for him. Oh, Ghosts not going to EMP the Vipers, and we do see some big blinding clouds come through. Ghosts are a little bit on their own. Base will fall, but Maru just going to land his orbital right there. 17 SCVs it's nice, but that was really, really expensive. And Maru is not close to being broken right now. Ghost Cloak now being researched. We have Reynor burrowing up some Banes. Widowmine does not see it, despite getting quite a bit of vision here.
SCV ready.
Okay, he is gonna prevent this from burning down. Maru will add on a 6th base. Try and secure that. Tanks, a couple of them do get found here. And because there's no planetary over here, Maru he is a little bit exposed on this base. Reynor finding a bit of value with those Banes that came in kind of late to the party. Maru with an anti-drop missile turret setup here. Maru is about to complete his +3 infantry armor. He's also getting in towards 2-2 for the factory units. About to finish up +2 weapons. +2 vehicle, that's about, just shy of a minute in. So maybe, just over a minute to go. Minute and a quarter, let's call it. With a mine set up at the front here. Tanks do have some phenomenal spots on this setup. Snipes coming in on the Overseers. Good pullback on the one from Reynor, but the Ghosts are not able to be touched when they cloak up like that. Not if there's no detection in the... I mean, even with detection, you can't really approach them easily. Oh, a single burrowed Bane here and 3 burrowed Lings. This is looking really tough right now for Reynor. Scan comes in, finds the Banes that were actually burrowed next to the hatchery. +2 missile in production for Reynor. Does need that to make the Hydras a little bit more effective. Banelings. Oh, well. Let's lose that Hydra to the Widowmine. Even before the Ghosts show up, not the easiest fights for Reynor. And now with the Ghosts here, it's going to get a hell of a lot more difficult. But there's no splash damage to cover. However, the Medevac's able to easily lift the Ghosts back out of there. He inexplicably drops 2 of them back to the high ground. And they do go down, but ultimately that's kind of fine. There's still not enough here for Reynor. Reynor's got a lot of money in the bank. But once again, a bit of a larva issue. That was a small problem for him in the previous game. It's a problem again here. Oh, Baneling gets a really good connection, but it's just 1, and you need 3 or 4 to really hammer those Ghosts hard. Nice split against Parasitic Bomb. Widowmines do show up. They will get blasted by the Banes, and this actually turns into a very good fight for Reynor on the tail end. Oh, that Widowmine doesn't quite get finished off. 2 Marines and a Marauder finishing off the base. That was heavily wounded. Reynor can shift these drones to the new base on the top right, and you can see he shift-clicked them away. That is kind of cute. So that they don't go on a dangerous trek through the Terran territory. Ling run by on the bottom right. Mules. Did he drop these mules in response to seeing the Ling run by? It almost feels like it. Oh, that's super funny. It's like he predicted Reynor's Lings were about to show up on the right, and he was like, I'm going to drop mules so he can see the mules. Really feels like Maru is tactically muling here. Single Bane on the ramp. How many Ghosts do we have? Only 6. But 4 more about to produce. Widowmine's burrowing up at the top of the ramp. Oh, Reynor deals with them pretty well. Pushing down this position, though, is not great, but he's got good blinding clouds. Actually shutting down 2 of the tanks pretty hard. Banelings do have to be used against those tanks because they were kind of trapped. So it ends up still being an expensive fight for Reynor in the... well, at the end. At the end. Maru, though, doesn't have a crazy big bank. But he's also... he is tactically muling. I think that's what's happening here. I think he's legitimately just muling kind of when he feels like it. Liberator in the back will hold very, very strongly. Good splits from Maru, and he is going to get another cost of it. Well, it's about even trade, actually, so far. Oh, that's a big mind shot. Massive infester fungal. Huge fungal growth there, but it doesn't allow him to hold the ghosts in place, and all it does is kill the bio units. And Maru can replenish those very easily. And in fact, even going to be able to push out to the left side and possibly secure a new base during all this. $10,000 resources lost ahead now. I do feel like there's a lot of things you have to do as the Zerg player to make your life easier. And taking down all the rocks or ice or formations while you're trying to break your opponent are some of those things. Does find 3 tanks now kind of isolated on this right side. And Maru just going to lift up and give up the position for the moment. Reynor getting an actually cost-efficient setup so far. And going to find a lot of tanks here in total, even getting a kill on one of the factories. Now, there are still 4 factories on the field. So it's not like there's a mech unit production problem just yet. Reynor, though, shutting down that bottom right base. Once again, this is why I'm surprised that Maru didn't mule it harder. It's created a precarious situation for him now. Like, he could have mined out of the resources, the minerals almost completely. And obviously you want the gas too, but getting those minerals would have been really, really nice. Banelings. Oh, that tank is so well placed. It finally goes down to a last diving in Bane. But that, well, that's actually still only 10,000 resources lost difference. So the last little bit has been pretty good for Reynor. Nice little burrowed lane play on the bottom left. Will find a few of these SCVs. Friendly fire getting a kill on the 4th one. I think the battle report is going to show us that, yes, Maru killed 1 SCV there. Now, this battle report is a bit of a lie because it's not showing the Banes once again. But the resources lost is being honest and truthful. Maru will lose this tank here. He's got another one that just sieged up behind it. Reynor starting to make work, make things happen with the Ling run by on the right side here. Does burrow up. Does Maru notice? Not too sure. But this will lead to a fungal on the left side. Ghost getting caught. No medevacs. Massive engagement from Reynor. He gets almost all the ghosts there. Only 3 of them alive. And that might be what Reynor was looking for here. He's going to kill the orbital command. The distraction on the right side leading to a monster engagement on the left. And all of a sudden, Reynor is cooking in this game number 2. That still was obviously very, very expensive, but gunning the ghost count like that, I feel like it's got to be go time right now for Reynor. I feel like you definitely want to try and kill another base in the meanwhile. Maru is about to run out of gas at the 3rd base. 4th base still has a decent bit of gas, but not a crazy amount. 5th base as well. But Reynor, yeah, it's got to be a scramble to kill this base. Oh, did he just kill an infester? We'll see in a moment. He did. But still, Reynor gets the kill on the base before Maru sets up more defenses there. Maru can still absolutely win this game, but Reynor has taken a really nice lead in the initiative. And you can see his bank is pretty solid. Not taking this high yield gas, though, is a problem for him. Actually, a lot of gas is not being taken. But when you play Lingbane Hydra, gas isn't your limiting factor. It's the potential transitions that are limited by lack of gas. Oh, we are going to see a couple of blinding clouds coming in. Reynor's got to be careful about going too deep. There's a lot of stuff behind this. And Liberator will do pretty well. Siege Tank will get held on at the bottom. 10,000 seems to be the magic number that they keep just going back to. Reynor, 86 drones on to 32 SCVs, but of course the Orbital Command Bank, the Orbital Command Farm, is super, super powerful. The Infestors are being rebuilt now by Reynor. I do like that. I think just in terms of efficiency and how important it is to keep this gas out of the Terran hands, you want to mine this gas as quickly as possible. Ghosts have been rebuilt. We will see one tank going down, and he's going to get the Widow Mine on the way out as well. Snipes killing that Overseer. 150 minerals, 50 gas for every Overseer you kill. They are expensive to replace, and if you can just use energy to kill them, it is really, really good. We're at the point where it might be worthwhile to start abducting Widow Mines at the front. Oof. Big mine shot. Another one pretty decent, but both... Well, I guess all three mines get cleaned up. Oh, Nidus Worm, Lurker Den, and a Spire coming in from Reynor. So we should potentially see some new gases being added. Siege Tank of the Natural will get found. That's very, very nice with this little Ling run by. Almost didn't kill it. The tank kind of handled business there. Meanwhile, on at the top side, bottom left, once again, another fungal growth does land on the Ghosts. This time, they will escape on out, but it is going to be Reynor. Oh, can he get the kill on this base? No, he doesn't get the kill. Burrowing Banes here maybe could have been a sick play to buy him the time to kill that command center. Nidus Worm in the main. Oh, Maru. Well, there's actually nothing in this Nidus, so it's going to get... it doesn't even matter. He only gets one queen out. Stuff loaded up just at the tail end, but it takes a long time for Nidus Worm to complete. And just a couple of bio units were able to deal with that. Now there's a tank siege up here, and I don't think there's much opening anymore. Reynor does build a hatchery here at this base. Finally taking this high yield gas on the top side. Resources last now up to 13,000. 12.5, 12.5. Oh, Nidus Worm on top of the siege tank. That is a nice little play. And Maru's not really noticing. Lurkers are going to be able to pop out. They've got seismic spines. Very nice little move. Couple Marines popped, but Reynor, he's going to find an opening here. Siege tank will siege up, but I think the Lurkers win this fight. Yeah, they do. Since the tank sieged up in range. And this whole production setup is now in huge trouble. Reynor going to force Maru to lift off from the entirety of his main. Ghost trying to come up the ramp. Big play from Reynor. Massive play. Orbital Command is set ablaze. Will it survive is the big question. Reynor trying to kind of slow retreat against this. Lurkers, despite having a couple of them here, they do all get cleaned up by the Ghost nonetheless. There's an SCV right here that could save this, but attack on the bottom left kills the base, and that will lead to the other command center burning down. Maru down to 28 SCVs now. And 6 orbital commands. No production currently either. It is all basically floating or having add-ons rebuilt. Reynor, though, he's run out of gas, quite literally. He's still on 79 drones, but he needs to saturate them around to different locations. Ghosts pew-pewing down those lurkers once again. We will see a few lings pop out in the main base. Just going to finish off these reactors so that they can't be retaken. I like that. And actually, if he killed the Ghost Academy, that'd be kind of nice. Maru, I'm sure, will notice eventually. But it's obviously just valuable to force them to have to rebuild it. Oh no, Viper ran into a couple Widow Mines. Unfortunately there for Reynor. And with the Tank Liberator Planetary, those Lings have no chance. The fact that this base has minerals still is actually kind of... It's kind of crazy that Maru allowed this. He could have muled this out like way earlier. But will that end up mattering? Reynor didn't finish off the gases here yet, but he's working away at it. This will most likely come down to a cost efficiency war, as the previous game did. So every resource that you can mine more than your opponent, or every extra resource you can deny to your opponent, is it's as though you've killed a unit for them. Oh, there's an infestor here, but it gets scanned and killed. That could have been a massive play. But the scan finds the infestor. Widow Mine does get an okay-ish little shot. Reynor never added +3 missile. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. He doesn't have Neural Parasite either. Not that Neural Parasite is the most necessary right now, but I mean, it could have enabled... Because you don't need to unburrow to cast Neural. He could have potentially, instead of having to wait for the perfect fungal, could have Neuraled the Ghosts and EMP'd. I know that's a tough ask, but draining Ghost energy is so good. So good. Maru gonna move over to this side, scan. Oh, there are infestors here, but a missile turret and a natural gonna find this. Infestor will unburrow. Lands a decent little fungal. The ghosts come in from behind. Is there enough to break through and continue to chase down those ghosts? Maybe. Lunge forward comes through. He does find the last two tanks. The ghost will be forced completely away. That was a very good fight for Reynor, I would say. Maru getting credit for killing a lot of his own units there. But the resources lost shows that it was a good fight for Reynor. Now, the main problem is Reynor's actually mining out completely. And he's got almost no minerals left to mine. This is really going to come down to the wire, isn't it? Oh, no. We can't afford Corruptors. We cannot afford Corruptors. Reynor should still try and mine every gas piece he can. Just once again to deny it to Maru. We're at the point now where even potentially this mineral patch might not matter. It's got 230 resources there. I don't think we can afford the Broodlord switch. Maybe he feels like he has to, though. I mean, it is mostly just tank ghosts. Maru doesn't have a crazy amount of money. Infestor here, lurking outside. He doesn't have a crazy amount of money, but he has access to a lot of resources still. Yeah, I think Maru is winning this game. Reynor just doesn't have a whole lot he can mine anymore. Oh, but Broodlord's on the left side. We'll find a little bit of an opening. I don't think Reynor can afford even air upgrades anymore. We're going to see a jump onto these tanks. Will be a decent start to the fight, but all the Banes have been cleaned up, and there's still 2 Liberators, 3 tanks behind. Sorry, 4 tanks behind us. Oh, the Ghost Fungal Growth will find 2 of them. But the EMPs come through, and the Broodlords are isolated. They're going to get taken down, and that will be that. Even with the transfuses. Okay, well, he saves one. But Reynor is down to, well, not a lot of minerals anymore. Hydras are going to surge forward. We will see. I think there's enough to break this position. Tank does get taken down. Liberators will fall as well, but the Ghosts come back over. They've been cloaked up this whole time. And Reynor just runs out of resources once again. Maru gets it done. All right, we're going to run 3 minutes of ads. One-handed car buffer is a massage tool, and my back pain has been improving like crazy. Nice. This is a best of 5. Was the resources lost almost even at the end of that? No, it was still in favor of Maru, probably by about 15K. All right, we're going to get into game 3 in just a little bit, but we will run 3 minutes of ads. All right, I'll be back. Oh, okay. No, I don't think he was trying to take advantage of 3 free units when there were no units on the map. I think it was a desperation move, but it was just too late. All right, let's get into game number 3. At this point, I'll almost be surprised if it goes to a game 4. Just because those are games that are really tough to deal with. Like, mentally. Like, that just feels bad. That just feels really, really bad. All right, here we go. Game number 3. Spawning up at the top right for Vitality. It is Maru in the blue. And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left for Basilisk. It is Reynor in the red. Oh, that was a tough game for Reynor. Good game from Maru, but yeah, that one was tough. That one was tough. After the drilling claw mines, I mean, first of all, it's just so much to deal with. It's so stressful. But it did put Reynor into a very good position to potentially take a big lead. But unfortunately, the kind of first fight he took after that just didn't get what he needed it to done. Not even close. Now, I wonder what would happen if after all that, let's say because Maru threw away 29 Widow Mines, 8 Medivacs. Like, it was a crazy amount of commitment. I wonder what happens if you just rush out 8 Broodlords as Reynor. Like, with that first push. Because Maru is powering really, really, really hard behind it, but his army is not very good for a while. Like, it was mostly Widow Mines, a few Marines, a couple Liberators. Like, I feel like you could have actually potentially gotten a lot of stuff done if you go for a very quick Broodlord switch. Now, we haven't seen this much out of Maru, but I don't know. I feel like it could be very effective. Thank you very much, Casual for the Prime subby. Oh, we do see drone. Ooh, getting saved. Good job from Reynor. I mean, at this point, it's fair to say Maru has an insane amount of momentum in this series. Like, I don't even know what you can do to reset the mental game here, short of like short of some really messed up stuff in real life. Like, what could you do to make Maru feel equivalently bad to how Reynor's probably feeling? Like, I feel like at minimum you'd have to resort to yo mama jokes, you know? At minimum. Welcome, Fractal Cactal. Psy Code, good to see you. My man. Psy Code, you know Psy Code's mad for not playing The Witcher because no subscribey anymore. He's mad. He's people mad. It's okay. We deserve it. We never played Witcher 3. Oh. It is going to be a very standard opener from Maru once again. Yeah, it is good to note that this is played from KR. This is played from Korea. They agree you had your chance. It's over for you, buddy. No. What if I told you I already have a copy? Maru's going to go mech again, isn't he? Fast, third and fourth gas. Yep. We're going mech. We're going mech. What if I told you I already own a copy of the game, Psycode? What if I told you that you can't stop me? Snaps a pile of spaghetti in half? Oh my god. Try to boot it, then I dare you. Gonna trick me into playing the whole game. Here comes the two factories. I'm just gonna say it now. There's no way Maru is invited to Reynor's birthday party. Absolutely zero chance. There's no chance. Three drones come through the final mission, so I have to get all the way to the final mission to verify that. Makes sense, makes sense. Roach 1 coming in here from Reynor. Hellion setting up on the left side. It is going to be double armory. I believe it was double armory before the second and third factory in the previous game, though. Oh, this time he's playing Battlemech. Okay. Okay, okay. Well, that makes sense. That does make sense why... Oh, very nice Evo chamber blocks right here. That does make sense why he went for the factories before the additional... Well, before the armories. You want to get those cyclones onto the map as quickly as possible. Good scan on the right side. Clears a lot of creep. A lot of creep. Nyum. Banshees get their speed upgrade. There's going to be Missile and Carapace coming through. Not going to be going for the double attack upgrade style. Reynor does scout the double armor. He scouts the mech. I am surprised that it's Carapace here. Maybe wanting that against the Hellbats? It's not going to help you against the lock-ons. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, am I crazy? I might be crazy. Banshee's going to kill this fifth base on the right side. Maru just decloaks. He says, yeah, I don't even need to be cloaked. I don't even need to be cloaked. Scan comes in, sees the timing of the hive. Hydralisk then coming through for Reynor. Melee is better? Yes. Yes, it is. But if you are playing Roach Hydra, Carapace, there's an argument for Carapace. The holdout mission. Skellig. Witcher 3 described as an RTS. Oh, little trap on the Hellions. Oh, sick little move here from Reynor. Oh, but Banshee's zooming on the right side. Will be able to find a couple of roaches and a denial on the fifth base again. Creep being knocked back. Maru pumping tanks hard. He went for the Battlemech setup theoretically, and then only made 2 Cyclones. Now, you know it wouldn't be what would be a big problem for Maru right now? Mutas. Mutas would be a big problem for Maru right now. But you know what won't be a big problem for Maru, particularly, is actually Vipers. Yes, you can blinding cloud the tanks, but they're spread very nicely here. You can't abduct them anymore. You cannot abduct those tanks anymore once they're sieged. And Maru is already transitioning into the ghost tier. He's already gone up to 5 bases, in fact. Reynor taking his base in the middle just now, but yeah, this is not looking good for Reynor. Not looking good in the slightest. It's not even that the game state is that bad for him. It's just how the games have gone. Or how the game has gone. I mean, games, yeah. The game itself is not going particularly well. I wouldn't be the most surprised if he just goes for a Roach Hydra Viper push. If it doesn't work, I wouldn't be blown away if he just taps out. Because he would have to play a 3rd place match after this. And may just want to save his mental for that a little bit. It's a ZVZ, so it's a completely different matchup. Reynor does have that dog in him, though. So I don't want to count him out. Oh, that's a nice find on the Banshees. That's a really nice find. Gets 4 to 5 of them there on the right side with the abducts. That's a nice little anti-tilt moment for sure. But that is still not a good position. It's still not a good position for Maru or for Reynor in this game. Ghosts are already, you know, starting up. We've got 2-2 done for the mech. He starts up +3 weapons. Maru is on 10 gases right now. Mining an incredible amount of gas. And this time he is muling fresh bases a little bit more aggressively, it looks like. Double Nidus Worm coming in from Reynor. Oh, where are the Vipers? They are coming in here. Medevacs being added in is an interesting choice. This is a really strong position for tanks in the middle. Lightning Clouds, not going to be an option here. EMPs come through. And the Viper gets 1 abduct on an unsieged tank. And that is it. Maru pushing through the middle. And Reynor is... he's going to try and go for a counter Nidus Worm. But Maru's just pushing through the middle with a pretty powerful army. Reynor. Oh, it's mostly Lings. This is going to get nothing done against these Hellbats. Meanwhile, the push at the front from Maru is looking very strong. Reynor's got a huge bank. And he is going into Lurkers. Nidus Worm does get killed. Maru going to kill the frontline base in the middle. Actually already pulls back with the majority of his units. Reynor might be able to save it since it's literally just Hellbats. Yeah, okay. Huh. Maru can kind of almost passively kill this base. As funny as it is to say. Feels like he is trying to bait Reynor into defending it. It legitimately does feel like that. There's a changeling on the back line. There's actually like so little for Maru here, relatively speaking. 5 tanks, 5 Hellbats, 7 ghosts is a lot of power though. 8 ghosts even. Reynor finally going for a 3rd Evo. Does have his melee upgrade finished. No adrenal glands, though. Oh. Snipe finds a Hydra. Blinding Clouds. Oh, that's a very good Blinding Cloud. The Siege tank's actually sieging under the Blinding Cloud, but there's no Banelings to clear the Hellbats, so engaging into this is not the easiest feat. Meanwhile, Ling's on the top side. Adrenal does start up now. Maru not able to kill that base, but I mean, he's got so much space control. He controls more than half the map, it feels like. This is a very good split map for Terran. These tanks do get found kind of on their own, but even in the corner, it takes a little while to kill them. Good job from Reynor to get the cancel there. With all the action that was kind of happening all over. Maru just going to go back home with his mech. And, I mean, he's maxed out. He's building a bank. He's getting nukes now. Oh. Maru is trying to win all future series against Reynor here by sending him into a state of permanent tilt. We're going to see this base on the kind of on the wings getting taken out here. Reynor pushing forward with a large amount of Lingbane Hydra. Bane speed hasn't yet completed. Oh, that tank could have actually gotten taken out there. That ends up Reynor ends up retreating. Yeah, this is feeling just super hopeless for Reynor. Reynor lost game 1 when he had multiple instances of a 5k bank versus a Terran player that was not maxed out without a bank. In this game, Maru's bank is almost equivalent to Reynor's. He's actually already got more gas, and he's much further ahead in the resources lost. 7,300 resources lost ahead already. And yeah, this just feels like it is a long death animation. In the context of what has happened in this series so far. Maru now going to complete the +3 armor for his infantry. Very funny that he goes for the armor first, but it kind of makes sense since the ghosts are... They don't need to be combat units, but they can be. Oh, good. Blinding Cloud. Does catch a couple of these units, but the tanks are sieged up well behind it. Another Blinding Cloud to the high ground. Another really good Blinding Cloud. But there's still a too strong of a position to actually engage into there for Reynor. And Maru just immediately rebuilds the tanks, some Hellbats, some Ghosts. Now the... Oh, Ghosts do get caught at the front. Changelings, did they form a wall to block them, or did the Ghosts just try and snipe and end up getting caught there? That was actually the best engagement we've seen for Reynor against the late-game army of Maru. Maru's starting to get maybe a little sloppy here. But there's still a deep tank line, and this is still going to end up being a good fight for Reynor, or for Maru, I should say, at the end. Oh, Lurkers counterattacking on the other side of the map. I mean, Maru just lost a lot. Like, he lost quite a bit. But I still don't know if there's a big opportunity for Reynor to do a whole lot here. Oh, nice little move there. Kills a tank on the bottom and will get out with these 6 Lurkers. that SCV just getting... easily avoiding that by accident. Oh my god, it actually took so many spines to finally kill that. We will see a jump on some of this army. Hydras lunge away from the tank that was shooting at them from the top, but this army will still get forced back. Feels like Maru didn't really need to push the way that he did on this right side. Reynor is desperately trying to get some kind of counter play going. But even as he kills no, he doesn't even kill the tank. Oh, Maru scanned and won the fight. And now the tank's repaired back up to full. Maru just not even giving Reynor any hope. He's giving him hope, and then he's taking it away. Reynor finally going to start to mine in earnest a little bit from this left side corner, or left side contested base, but you need to outmine your opponent by a lot, and there's not really an easy way for Reynor to do that right now. Maru going to kill another hatchery in the middle. Changeling will spot this army, but not going to be able to do too much about it. Maru, yeah, he's been leaving just random tanks scattered around all over the map here on White Rabbit. I can tell you it's annoying. It's really annoying and really frustrating. How many ghosts are we up to now? 17 ghosts, 20 tanks. Blinding clouds are, of course, good against those isolated tanks. Oh, blinding cloud on the planetary. But now Reynor's just going to try and get out of here with the army. And he needs to. He needs to. Infestor being added in here. But it's going to be tough to catch those ghosts. Reynor, 10,500 resources. Oh, no, sorry. 9,500 resources lost behind. And actually hasn't even been able to hold his middle base. Oh, Maru. Yeah, Maru's not letting Reynor mine even. Reynor's going to be on... Oh, he's just going to lose right here, isn't he? Bunch of units go down at the front line. Reynor, even with an amazing engagement right here, he would still lose too many units to be able to continue forward in this game. And there it is. GG is called. Maru will take the 3-0. Well done. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. GG, but a bit boring to watch. Yeah. Yeah. Metagaming that he wouldn't go Muta? A little bit. It does feel like Mutas would have been quite challenging to deal with, particularly in that third game. All right, 3 minutes of ads, and we will get into the next series. It's going to be Serral versus Rogue. Serral versus Rogue. TVZ best of 5. Semifinals. All right. Serral versus Rogue. Tourmaline. Yeah, for me, that's just not exciting. That's just... I gotta be honest with you. I know that it's impressive, but that's shit StarCraft to me. That's shit StarCraft. There's just not action for so much of the game. Yeah, it just really sucks. It's just not entertaining. Bum, 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 bum. But I'm sure there are people out there that do enjoy the setup. So when Zerg depends on creep all game, it's good StarCraft? No, no, no. When there's more action, it's good StarCraft. When it's back and forth action. That didn't feel back and forth or particularly action-packed. I mean, there were lots of attempts to break the Terran, but it just yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Lelouch. It kind of felt like a stomp, and stomps are kind of boring. Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, no, exactly. There wasn't much forth. It was just back. It's one way. When it feels like the game is contested, to me that's interesting. When it doesn't feel like that, it feels really boring to watch. It's just not interesting. That's my opinion. Feel free to disagree. I know a lot of people will, but that's just how I feel. All right, here we go. Spawning up in the top right for a new series. It is Basilisk Serral in the blue. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left. It is Rogue in the red. All right. ZVZ coming at ya. These two have had some crazy matches against one another. There was a match between the two of them in, I believe it was a world championship. And I want to say there was a game that was, yeah, Lurker, Hydra, Lurker, Viper. And it was a very, very, very long game. And Serral kind of took him to pieces. And it was extremely, extremely high level, but really well done ultimately by Serral. He did end up winning it. Bum, 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 bum. All right. I will say, yeah, Reynor struggles against mech, and I think it was a good choice from Maru to play mech against him. Strategically. For sure, for sure. That did happen, yes. Once upon a time, there was a 4-0. The like 20-minute finals or something. It's actually interesting. Yeah. No, there's been a couple of instances. Yeah, Rogue cheesed Serral basically every game. And Serral was unprepared. All right. So far, very normal early games. ZVZ can be so explosive and chaotic. So entertaining and enjoyable. Personally, I do like it when there's a lot of action, a lot of mind games. We are going to see Rogue opening up with a hidden Roach Warren. Okay. Oh, is this... Wait, is this a Lambo? No. This isn't a Lambo build. But this is going to be a potentially very aggressive play coming in from Rogue. Serral, will he be able to scout it, figure out what's going on, and prepare accordingly? Oh, hidden Evo chamber. Oh, okay. Oh, this is so sick. I'm pretty sure this is a fake Evo chamber that Rogue is hoping Serral will scout. And then the Roach Warren is the real thing. Serral has gotten... He tries to make everything as systematic as he can. Oh, that's so sick. Oh my god. This is actually so cool. Lings of Serral do have a lot of surface area on this hatchery. Oh, nice pullback on this. 6 roaches get fired up. Roach Warren for Serral is in production, though, and he's building his own second gas. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about in terms of systematic. He is a player that kind of tries to figure out his own setup. Oh, nice wall right here from Serral. Look at that. 2 Banes morphing in, and the drone gets the rest of the wall. Now, Queen going down is nice, but Serral is building his own roaches. And, God, this was such a sick mind game from Rogue, and it is going to run into a perfect counter build. That is really unfortunate for Rogue. That Serral just did kind of what he's been doing, except now he'll just... So he's been building mid-game roaches a lot in this matchup because it keeps you safe against this kind of thing. But obviously, instead of going back into droning, he'll just continue to build units. Rogue's mind games were so cool, but they are not going to work at all because it's just what Serral was doing anyways. And Serral's going to be able to defend this so easily. And now he's just 8 drones ahead. Rogue has absolutely no chance of breaking through right here. And Serral's going to start droning again. This does create a potential win condition for Rogue. But I think Serral is just going to clean up these last 3 roaches, and that's going to be too much of a lead in army for Serral to realistically die unless he continues to drone literally nonstop and doesn't scout what Rogue is doing. Which, okay, I was going to say, if he goes forward with the roaches, that actually could be very dangerous. Serral's got to be a little bit careful. He is still droning like crazy, and Rogue has done nothing but build units for the last little bit. But because of how effective the defense was... Okay, Serral's going to see no drones. He sees a roach. He might even cancel the layer and build spines. I think he's far enough ahead and has seen this early enough that he doesn't even need to cancel anything. Just building units should be enough. Oh, great rescout coming in from Serral. Yeah, Rogue knows. Okay. This is all off one gas still. Serral just needs Banes, and he has recognized that. It's actually really good that he scouted the gas, because not having enough Banes could have been scary, but now this is just an easy hold for him. It's a cool follow-through from Rogue. Honestly, I like the game plan overall, but this was an excellent example of kind of doing a bad job of playing the player. Which is super weird because I think of Rogue as someone who is really, really good at that. Huh. Yeah, that's kind of surprising because that was like a really, really sick mind game. If Serral doesn't tend to, in a lot of his games, just play kind of safe there. All right, 1.5 minutes of ads real quick. Rogue double mind gamed himself and lost. It's not even that. It's just that, like, Serral kind of... Serral kind of does a setup most games specifically counter to that. Hey, welcome, Judax. TSL 8? Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, that was the online one. All right, we're just going to let the ads clear, and then we'll get into game numero dos of the second series. Just love watching late game in every matchup. Late game can be interesting. It's just... it needs to be interesting for it to be interesting, you know? Like... I think a lot of that was, you know, Reynor not making the correct calls in certain situations. But that's just like, that's a symptomatic thing of Maru being a really good matchup against Reynor, stylistically. Yeah, I also want more mid-game, too. Exactly. We're allowed to have preferences of what kind of StarCraft we like, you know? We're allowed to. No one can stop us. All right, here we go. Spawning up in the top left with a mind game that was unfortunate, but still cool. It is Rogue, or Team Falcons. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right for Basilisk. It is Serral in the red. I will say something that I do miss is actually a little bit of the build order kind of wildness of ZVZ. It's far less it's far less yeah, it's far less of a Wild West than it used to be. It used to be when we had the 6-worker start, there were so many viable openers that could all potentially kill a Zerg. Well, that you could kill a Zerg with Zerg. Now it's more so mid-game timings. But yeah, it's still a bit of a Wild West. You're right. You're right. The funny thing is, a lot of Zerg players still are like, oh, it's such a gambly matchup. Like, well, I think calculated risks in a strategy game are a good thing. Oh, we are going to be seeing Serral looking for the scout here. He hasn't built his Baneling Nest yet. That is a very quick Baneling Nest, meanwhile, from Rogue. Ah. Oh, this is one gas. No, it's 2 gas mining. Serral going for the lane flood play, though. This is something that I feel like Dark was a big fan of. Actually, both players going to go for a bit of a lane flood. Is that going to be a sneaky Bane morph from Rogue? Yes, it will. Meanwhile, 2 Banes going to get morphed defensively. Rogue did build a lot of lings himself. It's a little bit dangerous right now for Serral. It's actually a lot dangerous. His Baneling Nest is not yet done. Oh, lings of Serral, though, do get into the main base. Look at that. Going to be able to find... Oh, he already found 1 drone. He gets a second now. He's morphing in his own Banes at home. Good drone pull there from Rogue. Did save him. Oh, this is a little bit scary for Serral. He's morphing in a lot of additional Banes. This actually looks really, really scary. Serral has droned up massively during all this. Oh, Rogue tries to get the cancel on these Baneling cocoons. Banes of Serral. Oh, they do get denied there, but is that going to be enough? All 3 queens pulled to the front. They will all go down. That is really, really rough for Serral here. Oh, but that Baneling of Serral completes at the last second. Rogue going to have his own Baneling completing. Oh, the split from Serral is very good against it. Damn. What a hold from Serral. What a hold that was. Whew. Knife fight phone booth.jpg. Now, with no queens out. Serral's actually still got larva in the bank. I mean, I guess queens are expensive to replace, and 37 drones isn't a crazy economy. Serral now going to put some pressure on the other side with his own Ling Bane. Oh. Serral. Oh, the sneaky Bane morph. Surely Rogue didn't lose track of that. Surely Rogue didn't lose track of that. Rogue? Rogue? Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Ling's on the other side of the map. Will try and get a queen, but Rogue... not going to be able to get it just yet. Oh, my God. I can't believe he missed that. Oh, the Banes. The Bane Pain Train. Choo, choo, chugga, chugga, motherfucker. 6 drones go down. Oh, and it's another big Baneling detonation there. Rogue droning back up during all this, but those 6 drones going down is a big deal. Oh, my God. Almost another massive detonation right there. Serral is so far ahead now, and if he just goes for a push with Roaches, Lings, and Banes, can Rogue even deal with it? I am not super sure. Serral adding on a 3rd gas here. Gonna get at a Roach Warren and gonna add at least a couple more drones. Oh, going up to a 4th gas even. Okay. Huh. No layer yet. Well, Rogue won't be able to scout the gases in the main, potentially. Very action-packed early game here. This is exciting stuff. Oh, Baneling, not quite able to get the connection. Man, I'm really impressed with Serral's crisis management there. That was excellent. Lings into the main base. The layer starts up. This was... I think this is a fake layer. He started it up like literally as this came through. It might end up becoming a real layer. No, okay, it is fake. Serral, though, he might have seen this start because he's building a spine while building 7 additional drones. Oh, he cancels the spine. Now, Rogue is just doing a straight-up hatch tech +1 missile roach all-in, which is very bad when your opponent is also getting +1 missile. Now, there is a very, very small timing. Like, we're talking less than 20 seconds to try and make this happen. Serral, he might... Oh, okay. I was going to say he might have to cancel roach speed, and he is going to do exactly that. He's added a spine. Rogue has a lot of roaches, but so does Serral. And, of course, Defender's Advantage is going to play a huge role. There's a big eco lead for Serral. He's up 12 drones. Normally, you'd say that's too many, but because of how the early game has gone, it is not over-droning. Oh, and Rogue's actually a little bit supply blocked right here. Overlords are completing. +1 missile will complete for Rogue. He's hitting his timing very nicely. But Serral's got a spine behind this. It's not fighting just yet. But his +1 missile will kick in a moment. Avoids his component's corrosive biles for the moment, for the majority. And it is a clean defense. And Serral goes up 2-0 in two very fast, very action-packed games. Wow. If Serral has +1 speed, it's Jover. Even without speed. I am live. The games are from a couple days ago. All right, minute and a half of ads. We need more Turtle Zerg now. No, Psychode, no. No, you can't make me. You can't make me watch more Turtle. No, I don't want it. I want to be able to see action and fighting on the map. Yeah. Games are scripted. Steadfast is pre-recorded. More stuff beats less stuff. I would say in that one it was more better micro, better multitasking beats less good micro, less good multitasking. Those splits from Serral were nuts. Yeah. Even with all that, it was kind of a build order advantage for Rogue since he also went for a Ling Flood, but a faster Baneling Nest. But it was that one Baneling that popped out for Serral just with like, I don't know, 6 or 8. Chat is scripted, Steadfast is pre-recorded, and games are live. Exactly. Philly cheesesteak gets it. Philly chia steak. But yeah. That one Baneling that killed, I think like it just hatched and immediately killed, 6 or 8 lings. I think 8 lings. Should have put 3. Yeah. Yeah. In hindsight, that is correct, Avatar Papa. You're right. But when you're going for victory there, you're trying to win the game with the Ling Bane portion. It's not easy to do to always make the correct call. But that's why the game is hard, Game hard, yo. Game hard. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom left. It is Rogu for Falcons. And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Basilisk. It is Serral. In the red. The thing is, if he denies that Bane, which he has the highest chance by surrounding it, then maybe he actually snowballs the game from there. Because now he can morph like 4 more Banes aggressively or run around while reinforcements come in. Instead, Serral gets to stabilize after losing all 3 queens and most of his defensive power. That could have been a very, very different scenario. Very different scenario. It is worth noting that the 3-queen defense is quite tough. Killing it with 3 queens instantly is basically a deny. Like killing it with three lings. Yeah. Sorry, 3 lings instantly, like the Baneling as it pops. I wouldn't say it's basically a deny because he was on such a low ling count. Like, in terms of lings that were on the other side of the map. But yeah, it would have been very beneficial. And if he could have then... let's say... Okay, because I'm pretty sure it was 8 lings. Let's say 8 lings. He loses 3 when the Baneling detonates. And then he puts the other lings into, like, a choke. And morphs all of them into Banes. Serral won't be able to deny those. Like, a lot of things... Okay, this is something that has happened to me enough times that I should have picked it up as a strategy, as a tactic. If Banes get morphed here or here, right in a little nook or a little choke, it's actually really difficult to deny them with just lings of your own, even if they build them in front of you. But it's an underused tactic, I would say. Underused tactic. It's funny because I'm looking for like tight chokes, but there's actually not really any on the map here. Yeah, probably the best spot would be like this little nook in the natural. But that's assuming you've already started to break through. So far, early games looking identical. How is Serral just randomly up? Okay, not looking identical at all. I was like, why is he? I'm so blind. Wow, it is going to be a two-base play out of Rogue, and it is going to be a big speedling flood. I'm so dumb. I'm not dumb. I just wasn't paying attention. All right. There is actually an NA Zerg player that plays this like every game. And I remember because he never GGs when he loses. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm calling you out, Leak Gojo. Yeah, I know. You've changed your name, but that's who you are. Serral going to be building a lot of lings here. I don't know if he has the read on this or what the situation is. But Rogue is going to be banking Zerglings behind this. He will start up a +1 Carapace, and that is a real upgrade. This is going to be interesting. Very, very interesting here. Serral did go for the Baneling Nest. He did let it finish. Will be a layer. He might be reading this as 2-base Muta. Rogue. Oh, is he going to try and use the Creep Tumor trick to make the Queen walk through wall? Doesn't need to. Doesn't need to. Never GG, just Alt F4. Exactly. Rogue building a lot of overlords here. Serral is definitely blind countering mutas right now. And that is going to make it so... Is this going to turn into 2-base versus 2-base? Rogue is going to just pump out so many Zerglings. And Serral will have a Baneling Nest, is the good thing against this. But this is going to be very, very awkward. He's going to see just a crazy number of lings. My money would be on pullback from the third. Okay, he cancels those 2 gases. He's got 8, a couple more overlords popping out. That wasn't for an extractor trick, was it? Banelings will complete. Of course, the +1 Carapace is going to be really good when it finishes, but it's not done yet. Until then, the Banelings are still going to be one-shotting lings. Oh, Queen will not quite get saved there. Rogue is not yet breaking through, and he hit a pretty brutal anti-timing, didn't he? The whole premise of +1 Carapace is that it makes it so that you survive Zergling attacks. Or sorry, Baneling attacks with 1 HP. Now the Carapace kicks in, but it feels like Serral's already held. And he's about to have a Spire done. He's still on 3 bases. Rogue is continuing to follow through. And he is adding on +1 melee, which is good against mutas. 1/1 lings. Good against mutas. But if you just use the mutas as kind of like a supplement, it can be very, very helpful. Oh, wow. That cocoon on the Baneling not getting denied here. Finally going to get denied. Serral is kind of trying to use the Banes to force Rogue to not engage with everything. Because Rogue's lings are much, much better right now. The mutas, though, are going to help out a lot. The Carapace will help out a lot against the muta glaive bounces. But it's still going to provide a lot of support in on the... or from the air. Rogue does win this fight pretty hard. He's got his own layer. He's getting Burrow. That's so sick. Oh, that's so cool. I love this, actually. That's such a nuisance to deal with. Mutas do not have a fun time chasing Lings like this. They are going to get into the main. Rogue, of course, a very, very fast player. Serral is starting to get pulled apart here a little bit by the +1 Carapace Lings. This game is still very, very much in flux. Rogue is still on 2 bases. He's actually going to start to mine out of his main mineral line in a little bit. Baneling's trying to morph in for Serral. It's really, really tough to deal with these Lings. Oh, the Queen's not in a choke. She just popped out, so she is in peril. Baneling will complete. I really thought Serral was going to give up the third when he saw this, go for the mutas, and then just wall the natural. Oh, okay, that's a pretty darn good double Bane detonation. I think he might have manually detonated that. Serral will ultimately hold and still has an 8-drone lead and a base up on his opponent. But now that it's 1-1 versus 0-0, if you think 1-1 Marines or 2-2 Marines versus 1-1 is bad, 1-1 Lings versus 0-0 is... It's the same. It's as bad. It's as bad. Yeah, no, it's not worse, but it is bad. It is a huge difference. It actually is worse, though, because the rate at which you kill units and eliminate your opponent's units from the field, and then you go into a better concave as a result, it's actually kind of crazy. The burrow play is such a big nuisance now for Serral to deal with, but he's getting an Overseer out. Rogue is still committing. Serral will clean up all these Lings. Oh, the unburrow. He almost got a drone, even with like 3 Lings left over. Oh, there's a burrowed Ling on this third. That's so sick. +1 flyer attacks finally being added in for Serral. +2 Carapace for Rogue. He might be looking down the barrel of a 3 upgrade advantage. Oh, Rogue is now doing the thing that you should be doing as Zerg all the time. I'm saying that so I'll remember to do it. Which is to burrow Lings all over the map and use them just as spotters. Finally, Rogue getting into his own third base. He's going for Infestors here. The thing is, the Lings represent so much threat that Serral actually does need to keep his mutas at home for a lot of this. Serral is getting Bane speed. And that can be an effective tool. Oh, he actually, because the Ling's dragged him back, that actually kills the burrowed Ling for Rogue. It's actually kind of an annoyance for Rogue. Carapace is actually going to be really, really good for the Queens, too. I guess the Infestors as well, but... Oh, nice little pre-spread here on this. Fungal Growth going to come down. That will lead to the kill on one of these mutas, but Serral gets the cancel on the base, and that is super worth it. Serral now reestablishing his own third. He never got a chance to mine from these gases, but he is... Oh, he's going for his own double upgrades. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Infestation Pit. He's going for a Hive. He's going to try and play Ultras. Oh, the funniest thing could happen. Oh, the funniest thing could happen. Serral's not going mass muta. This does feel like a very quick Ultra transition. Once upon a time, there was a gameplay between Scarlet and a Canadian Zerg player named Kane. And it was Ultra versus Ultra. And it didn't get there this way, but it is a very, very funny thing. And we could very well see it. It would make a lot of sense for Rogue because of his upgrade setup right now. And Serral, I mean, it feels to me like he is absolutely going for Ultras. Oh, this burrowed Ling. God, it's so annoying. Serral adding on the Overlord speed. That is, of course, going to be very beneficial. Rogue gets the +1 or +2 melee after the +2 Carapace completes. He could have gotten them at the same time. Rogue is probably going to be a little bit unhappy with the fact that Serral is getting towards 1-1. I love these kind of ZVZs, by the way. Lings everywhere. Oh, fungal growth will come in. Do you want to chain it? Nice little split from Serral. That's 4 fungals, and he will not get a single muta. Oi, that's painful. Oi, that's super painful. Oh, tunneling claw, or not tunneling claws, burrowed infestors. He's going to go for a burrowed infestor harass on the drone lines. I mean, you can theoretically get the infestors to like here. Yeah, 4 fungal growths, and he killed literally nothing. Another fungal comes in. Serral with another great spread. And Rogue actually didn't have enough fungals to chase anything down there. There's the first Ultra, and there's an Ultra Cavern for Rogue. Serral is in a far better position economically at the moment, but it's not that big of a difference. I legitimately don't even know the math on Ultra versus Ultra. I think it comes down to the concave and mostly just the numbers more than anything. Rogue wants to kill on this base, but Serral's actually going to have adrenal glands very soon. And he's down an upgrade, but I think 1-1 Lings with adrenal would beat 1-2 Lings. Chitin is plating at the same time. Serral's ahead on it. 11 drones being added in here. That's actually he can't really use all those drones, can he? Oh. Speed Overseer gonna spot these infestors. Hang on. Okay, well, yeah, 1 infestor with a double fungal can actually kill drones. You just need to make sure that you use it at the correct time. Because it's 25 damage per fungal. Oh. Oh my god. Hello? He spotted it. He did spot it. Wow. He saw... Okay. Oh my god. He actually saw the, like, the movement in the ground. Meanwhile, now 2-1 Lings of Serral on this base. They've got their adrenal glands, and they're going to tear down that hatchery so fast. Oh, that is incredible. He saw... There's like a little, a shadow on the ground. This is incredible. This is incredible. Battle of the Space Cows, baby. Rogue will have the advantage of +3 Carapace further along. Part of the reason why you go Ultras, by the way, is that Mutas don't do a lot of damage to Ultras. They just don't. But killing Queens is actually kind of impactful here. Oh, the Infestor on the top side. Okay. 5 drones for an Infestor. I mean, I guess the Infestor at least is like by going for Harass, you're getting some value out of it. The funny thing about this is this literally comes down to who can find a way to build more Ultras. 10-10 right now. Actually, it's going to be 15-13. What I remember, by the way, about that game, Kane did win versus Scarlet, is that Kane built 15 Ultralisks and Scarlet only had 12. And that was how the game was decided. Oh, here we go! The Ultras. Oh, God. Good concave on the bottom side. Infestors are completely useless in a situation like this. The Ultra flank coming in, but it's going to be too late. Transfuse could have been huge, but it's not coming through from Rogue. Serral readjusting his concave of Ultras. Rogue, though, with enough Ultras popping out, will survive and will push this back. And it ends up being far in the favor of Rogue, because Serral went a little bit too far, but Baneling run by on the bottom side finds 13 drones. Oh, God, I love this stuff. It's so stupid. It's my favorite. It's so stupid. Anabolic Synthesis is done for Serral, is not done for Rogue. So that means the Ultralists of Rogue are going to be slower to readjust to a concave if he ever gets aggressive. But the creep spread is actually very good for Rogue, so And the difference only applies off creep. Serral is going to get into the main. It's going to be Ling run-bys getting a lot of value. The Ultralisks actually don't have a lot of maneuverability here. So they're not really what you want chasing Lings. God, watching 3-3 Adrenal Glands Lings fight each other is super, super cool. Finally, these Muta's going to get cleaned up here, I think. Oh, no, he's not. He didn't chain the fungal. He didn't chain the fungal. Serral moving into the middle. It's a surround of the Ultras from Rogue, but will... does Serral want to actually fight this? I don't think so. There's transfuses available for Rogue. Maybe he does, though. No, Serral definitely doesn't want to fight this. He definitely didn't want to fight this. I should not have questioned myself on that one. Serral perhaps should have. Now Rogue all of a sudden is 9 Ultras to 5. And Serral... He has to play defense. You know what? I guess you don't really need anabolic synthesis since most of the fights are going to be on either your creep or your opponent's. But I think you still want it anyways. If it saves even 1 Ultralisk, it's probably worth it. Good concave. Good defensive concave of Ultras at the top of a ramp. Something you never thought you'd hear out of Casterman's mouth. And that will be enough to defend here. But in the middle, is this going to be enough? Ultralisks. Oh, the kiting back from Serral. He loses 1 still. Mutas will eventually clean this up. Ling counterattack on the other side of the map. Shuts down a base of Rogue. Rogue doesn't have enough to break through, and Serral survives. GG. Absolute clown fiesta of a game. Rogue actually killed 7 more Ultralisks of his opponent. He was better in the straight-up Ultralisk fights, but it was the Ling run-bys of Serral that gutted the economy. God, we just have to watch some of those fights again. If Serral doesn't take the fight at the top of the ramp here, does he just lose is the question. I'm not so sure, but it feels like maybe. That is 8 Ultralisks right now for Rogue against 5 of Serral. Yes, there's a couple of Queens, but only one of them actually has Transfuse. The DPS they add is non-existent. One of Serral's Ultralisks is, like, borderline dead. It is important to note that it does come down to, like in this case, the Ultralisk's HP going into it is such a huge deciding factor. The Lings of Serral actually helped a fair bit, too. God, that is such a funny little fight. It's actually so important to micro-back the weak Ultralisk. Almost cool as cheating and curling? Heh. Serral got kind of destroyed in this fight. God, this is so funny. It's so funny. Oh, the anabolic synthesis actually allowed this Ultralisk to escape, perhaps. Rogue could have cut it off with one of his others. This Ultra actually ended up making a decent-sized difference here. Actually, it made a huge difference. It stayed alive for so long and soaked up so much damage. It got yeah, that... Wow. Wow. Anabolic synthesis ended up mattering so much more than I thought. You cannot neural Ultralisks. They have Frenzy. It is a status effect that makes them immune to Abduct, the slowing effects of Fungal, the slowing effects of Concussive Shells, the slowing effects of Time Warp. They break force fields. They cannot be abducted. They cannot be neural parasited. Is that it? They can't be stasis warded. Damn, 2 3-0s. Not what I was expecting. Okay, and now it's going to be Reynor versus Rogue in the 3rd place match. God, what a clown fiesta of a game that was. That was so fun. That was so much fun. If every game was like that, I wouldn't... Actually, no, if every game was like that, that would be pretty entertaining because there was a lot of multitask, a lot of action, a lot of run-bys, a lot of mind games. But that was just fun. That was just very fun. 3rd place match, ain't nobody got time for this. I mean, we could skip the 3rd place match. We could go straight to Maru Serral. Do it. I have no idea what the score was or who won. Bum, bum. Massive units break force fields, I think. Archon stores and Ultralisks. Yes, that is correct. Everyone does love TVZ. It is true. You know what? Yeah. Let's Oh, the ZVZ is a best of 7? Oh, is it really? Ah. Cast them all? Okay, without spoiling it, how long were the ZVZ games? Was it really best of 7 for the... I feel like it wasn't. I thought it was a best of 5. It was supposed to be a best of 5. No, the grand finals was the best of 7. Nah, it's all good, Zarak. You're not gonna get banned for that. It wasn't. That wasn't on. Like, I'm never gonna ban someone for like a mistake. All right, we'll do it. We'll do both. We'll do both. The plan was to do both, but I understand people are excited about Maru Serral because Serral's looked not perfect recently, and Maru's been surging recently. So this we've talked about it as commentators a lot. We've tried to hype it up and been like, this is the one where there's going to be a close series between the two, and then like Serral stomped him, and that happened like a lot of times, but maybe this is the time where it's it actually switches back into Maru's favor. ZVZ at 2 times speed is very Gen Z. Yeah. Yeah, I thought that the originally finals was going to be the day after. So I thought it was just going to be semifinals on the Sunday. But then they put everything together. I think I would have preferred... Well, okay, I understand why they wanted to do it so that it was still all on the same weekend. But initially, I was pretty sure that they had it set up. What do you think of reducing the starting worker count? I think that'd be fucking awesome. I think that'd be awesome. I would love... Okay, the thing is, I I say this, but I'm not as neurally flexible as I was. Mentally flexible. Eating a clementine, though. That's something I am doing. I don't have the mental flexibility that I once did. My brain does not kind of like snap. I don't absorb information as well as I used to. But relearning a game, my favorite parts of StarCraft 2's history as a player were when Wings of Liberty came out and when Legacy of the Void came out. And that is because the game was new. And if you drop the starting worker count to 8 to 9 to 10, doesn't matter what it is. I think I'd prefer 8 or 9. Probably the sweet spot is 9. But if you do that, StarCraft 2 becomes a new game. Straight up. It just does. It just becomes a new game. And I prefer reducing Protoss count, hopefully down to 0. Well, the good news about that is top 4 of this tournament, Protoss count was reduced to 0. Just like the good old days. Am I right, fellas? Oh, poor Protoss fans. Nature is healing. In all honesty, though, TVP seems pretty hard if it gets to the late game. But I do think we still haven't really seen a player since Estrella really embrace late game PvT, like fully embrace what you can do with PvT. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Anyways, let's get into it. Spawning down in the bottom right for Basilisk, it is Reynor in the blue. And his opponent spawning up at the top left in this third place match, it is Rogue in the red. And if you're watching this same video on YouTube, or if you're watching it on Twitch, or you're live or whatever, you just saw one of the most funny, goofy ZVZs you can see. And that, of course, was the Ultralisk versus Ultralisk game. I do want to give special props to Serral for not crumbling against the Lings. But I also really like the decision-making of Rogue up to that point. Just a really cool game. Really cool game. Like the... Initially, Rogue hit... I called it an anti-timing while I was casting, but I don't even know if that's completely fair. It's more so just that he didn't mitigate the Banelings as well as he could have. And if he had bought more time and not kind of forced the issue, I think he anticipated correctly, though, that it was mutas and he felt a little bit under the gun. It's hard to know exactly when your opponent's going to have those mutas pop out. Because if Rogue arrives, doesn't hammer the gas pedal, and Serral manages to get, let's say, 5 to 6 to 7 mutas out while Rogue is waiting for Carapace, and then he pushes in with Carapace, and there's 7 mutas over top of, like, let's say 6 Banes. Even with Rogue killing Serral's third base, let's assume that happens. It still becomes just a very messy situation. Obviously, I knew, and we know as the observers and as the commentators, that the mutas weren't going to be out for a little while. For quite a while, actually. But Rogue doesn't necessarily know that with what he's seen. He can only surmise what he can surmise. Also, that Spire, it feels... 5 seconds is not a big difference. But 50 minerals, 50 gas cheaper, and 5 seconds quicker, it really feels like those mutas get out in a hurry. We've got a little Ling dance on the third base of Rogue, Reynor, winning the initial skirmish, which nets him extra HP. And as a result, he's able to bully Rogue really hard. Serral versus Rogue was played cross-server. This is played on the KR server together. So Reynor is currently just out-microing Rogue kind of hard here at this base. Well, actually, that's not even fair to say. HP is a resource in a fight like this, but look at the damage he's put into this hatchery. It's going to finish with just over half HP. That is actually super freaking sick. Actually, will it even get up to 750? No, it's not. It's going to be just shy. Ah, I was wrong. Damn it. And I put my caster license on the line for that. Can you believe it? Meanwhile, Sneaky Roach worn out of Reynor. He is doing a very similar build to what Rogue did in Game 1 versus Serral. But Rogue is now... He may get to reverse the fortunes. Oh, okay. We are going to see... Oh, never mind. Reynor's not going for the same thing. Oh, but it will be a kill on the Queen. Banelings of Reynor are going to run by to get a big detonation on Rogue's pack of Lings. Meanwhile, a couple of Lings slipped off into the natural. Reynor. Oh, just barely managed to get away from that Bane. Does allow Rogue to get this Queen back into a good position. But it is on 10 HP, and it is going to go down. Nice reposition there from Reynor. Oh, my God. Wait, what happened? Rogue just tapped out. There must have been sneaky Banes. Did he sneak, like, Lings to the bottom left? No, he lost 10 drones. Oh, my God. He lost 10 drones fighting the Lings. And then he lost the Queens. Okay. So it was... Yeah, he'd lost 2 Queens already. Damn. All right. I looked at the drone count lost. Yeah, we're going to rewatch that again because... Oh, it was the choke. It was this choke. The Lings were super... Or the drones were super wounded up. Oh, wow. Like 4 Lings killed basically 10 drones. How many split away here? This one got no kills, but wounded up a ton. 3 Lings. 3 Lings. Wait, maybe a Bane? Did a Bane get... Oh, a Bane got 2 drones as well, I guess. And then this also got a kill. Okay, okay. Even still, 3 Lings got a minimum of like 7 drones. That is nutty. Damn. Well done. ZBZ. It's, well, it's an explosive matchup. But it can be very, very fun. Oh my goodness. Celestial Enclave made it into the maps. I wonder if we'll get that in the best of 7. With only 1 veto available to both players. Wouldn't be the craziest thing if it made it through. As the Zerg, you're probably going to want to veto... Oh, what do you want to veto, actually? I would say one of Tourmaline, White Rabbit, Mothership. It kind of depends on personal preference, but... I'm trying to think of... Okay, I actually have to look at the map list. I have to look at the map list to be able to... Mothership, Winter Madness, Celestial Enclave, Ruby Rock, 10,000 Feet, Tyto Citadel, Old Republic, Tourmaline, White Rabbit. Yeah, probably one of Tourmaline, Mothership, or White Rabbit. But if I'm Serral approaching this series based on what I've seen... Yeah, I'm not vetoing Tyto Citadel. Because that's going to be... Give me an opportunity to take bases. Maybe even 10,000 feet. It's a really rough map if Terran gets the turtle, but there's also still plays to be made. White Rabbit forces... You know, I might actually veto Old Republic. We'll see. We'll see. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves. No, I'm vetoing White Rabbit. I'm vetoing White Rabbit. But in this scenario, I somehow have the skills of Serral. Which, you know, we don't. So. And not by a lot as well. All right. Celestial Enclave is the map. I'm excited to see what we see here. All right, spawning up at the top right for Basilisk, it is Reynor in the blue. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left, it is Rogue in the red. So, with this map being chosen, the chance of some kind of shenanigans is rather high, but not a given, not a guarantee, not 100% by any means. And so far, looks like we're not seeing this. Now, it is a big map. And if you don't make use of the back mineral patch, can kind of be a turtle map. Kind of a turtle map. But ZBZ, not necessarily going to be the case. Now, there is a decent chance that we see a little bit of turtley-esque shenanigans. Although Rogue is a player that is very aggressive, as we saw in the previous game. And the previous series as well. And a lot of times, one of the better ways to play against it is to kind of play into it. Particularly in ZBZ. Specifically with how strong mutas are these days in ZBZ. We will be looking to see if anything happens in terms of deviations so far. Reynor, of course, got that early jump in the Ling versus Ling fight. He gets it again, actually. Oh, he's going to kill one of his opponent's Lings, but the Queen comes in and gets the counter kill. Still, he has more HP than his opponent's Ling. It will be a quick Evo out of Reynor. Rogue did not go for a very fast Baneley Nest. Oh, I was going to say, this one, I think, is even on HP, which means it goes to RNG. But Reynor's additional 2 Lings show up, and it does mean he wins the early game fight. Big Ling flood, though, from Reynor. This could be, or sorry, from Rogue. This could be scary for Reynor. Oh, Rogue hiding some Lings here. Reynor could be in big trouble if Rogue manages to morph Banes on the other side of the map. Oh, he could be in... Actually, he might just be dead. Carapace is not going to be done for a long time. There's no Roach Warren. There's no Baneling Nest. No Spine Crawler. Rogue is banking up a ton of Lings while getting this sneaky morph of Banes. He gets a nice little Baneling detonation. on those 4 lings that were scouting around. Rogue is going to... He's going to have a huge opportunity to just win the game. Reynor will go back to a 2-base play. But... Oh, that one drone getting away. That shouldn't have happened. Rogue's going to try and blast through here. Okay. He is choosing to commit to the natural. He could have left enough lings to kill the 3rd during all this. He made so many Banes. Oh, God. Okay, he just hit an egg with them. How many was that? That was at least 1, maybe 2. Little wasteful there from Rogue. Reynor is going to end up surviving as a result of this. Rogue going to try and go for the back door here. Reynor, meanwhile, now sending these lings out onto the map. I actually really like this. I really, really like this a lot. Reynor building his own roaches. Also going into +1 missile now. Carapace not quite done yet for Reynor. Always got to be careful about getting trapped here. Banelings do come home. And Reynor will get out there. It would be really funny if Rogue ends up winning this game, basically, with a bunch of lings that then morph into Banes and sneak behind this. Rogue trying to lead Reynor into the Banes. Reynor not falling for it. Of course, Reynor taking the back base. That will only come into play in terms of eco. Oh. If they get up to a much higher drone count. But, I mean, that could absolutely come into play. Reynor still doesn't know about this. He still doesn't know about this. Oh, Baneling's at home. Reynor splitting the lings very nicely. And we'll get a little bit of value here. Oh, this is trouble for Reynor. Queen needs to plug herself into the gap. She can't. She's surrounded immediately. Lings are going, or drones are going to try and split here. Rogue gets a little bit done. Transfuse on the roaches. Good stuff. We'll save. Okay, this could have been so much worse. And it's honestly not that bad. Somehow 2 lings make it all the way out. Reynor, I feel like if he just goes with 1-1, Rogue is in so much trouble. So much trouble. It would be 1-1 in roach speed versus 0-0 roaches. But Reynor's going to add on +2 missile. He is droning back up. Oh, he's dropping he's dropping creep from this Overlord. It's not going to help, but Rogue's creep is actually going to be very helpful here. It's 1-1 versus 0-0. Like, this is a not fair fight. And Rogue gets himself caught away from his own base. Reynor just moves in and says, okay, thank you. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. I'll take those freebies. Ay, ay, ay. Rogue did a bit of a bean boozle on himself and drops the single G. That is a universal sign of frustration. Rogue on the verge of being 6-0'd by the combined Basilisk Zergs. Damn. That was a oops. That was a oops. Rogue got Zerged? Kind of. All right. Reynor up 2-0. Oh. Oh. I'm trying out fashion, by the way. I'm wearing a... I don't know what this is. It's not... Is this a cardigan? I don't know. It's like... It's almost like a bathrobe, but fancy. It's a fancy bathrobe. It's not working? Thank you. I appreciate that. Ha ha! Wow. Too mean today? You're just excited about Maru, and you're like, how can you be disparaging? I'm not taking shots at Maru. Maru obviously is very, very good, and he's prime. He came up with the style. What word was I looking for? I don't remember. It doesn't matter. Anyways, game 3 of what could be the final game of the series. Spawning up at the top left for Basilisk, it's Reynor in the blue. And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right. It is Rogue in the red. Yeah, no, Maru did a phenomenal job of especially playing the player. Like, he knew that he was ruining Reynor's day, you know, with that game 1 and game 2 approach. The thing is, Reynor was winning in game 1 in particular, and even game 2, after probably for the first, like, in game 1, at least the first 15 minutes, I would say, Reynor was winning. I'd have to go back and look exactly where it turned, but, like, for a while, trades were in favor of Reynor, or at least within, like, 2,000 resources. And then game 2, the defense against the drilling claws was also incredibly effective. Reynor is a player that is, well, he's known for being an emotional player. And what that means is that when he's playing really well, he pops off extra hard. But it also means that when things start to go wrong, it hurts a little more. Reynor, by the way, is going for a faster gas mine here on Winter Madness. This might seem trivial, but he has specifically saturated his gas as soon as it's finished. Okay, so for anyone that doesn't play Zerg and doesn't know how this works, when you play hatch gas pool, you go up to 16 drones fully saturated on minerals right away. But then, when your gas finishes, you rally drones in. And basically what that means is that you you don't fully mine your gas until the 3rd drone finishes. And there's a significant period of time where that's not done. But Reynor fully saturated right away, which means he's able to mine a little bit more gas. And as you can see right here, looking down at the bottom right, he's around 7 to 8 seconds ahead on the link speed timing, which is not much, but it can be enough of a difference that you can jump your opponent's lanes. Oh, Rogue did go for 2 Zerglings extra this time. Reynor trying to hide these lings. He really does not want to let Rogue get the scout, and he will avoid doing so. Honestly, seeing the Queen this far out is already a little suspicious. Reynor is building his own Baneling Nest, but he is going for a big, heavy committed Ling Flood with this. This is really cool. This is a dark type strat. This is a really, really sick... Actually, this is something Rogue or Dark themselves would have absolutely done. This kind of feels like the thing you would maybe even save for Serral specifically. But Reynor is going to be up a few lings. He does need to get a little something done with this. Baneling Nests start at the same time for both players, which is actually, I would say, good for Rogue. Because if it was too early, he might have lost some units. Oh, we do have Reynor continuing to commit to lings, but he did drone up a little bit during this. Rogue has built nothing but lings this whole time, since 27 drones. Oh, Reynor trying to split the lings off of his opponent, but Rogue was paying attention. Ah, but it does lead to a sneaky Bane morph. Rogue, though, he's got his own sneaky Bane morph, and it's a big Baneling detonation there on the lings of Reynor. Catches a lot of them. Oh, Reynor went the wrong direction. And then he doubled back and went the wrong direction again. 7 Banes morphing in for Rogue. Reynor's got Banes on the other side of the map. We got Bane. Oh, sneaky Bane from Rogue gets another big hit. This is going to force Rogue to turn around. And he was not expecting the sneaky Bane of Reynor. This does buy Reynor a lot of time. Both players are going to start droning out of this. Banes have finished for Reynor. He needs to spread them, though. He's got 2 more behind this. 2 Banes blow up 2 Banes. We all know that. 2 Banes also blow up 3. Good defense to start for Reynor. And, yeah. This, sure. Well done.
Preposterous. You thought we would win this game? I can do things you don't imagine.
Meanwhile, nice little lane counterattack from Reynor. Getting 4 drones is fantastic. Damn. How do you even slip those out? Meanwhile, another big slip out. God, Reynor is playing really, really well in terms of just the execution. Roach Warren is sneaky secret. Did he get past the Overlord? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Rogue saw this. I mean, he's got units in position anyways. Oh, he did. That Ling. That Ling. Oh, surprise, motherfucker. Oh, I had no idea there was a Baneling over there, and neither did Reynor. 14 Lings for a Bane. That is magnifico out of Rogu. Now, Rogue is... Oh, wow. He's adding 3 additional gases. These feel fake. Mostly because they're way too early. For the drone count he's got. The only other thing that makes sense is mutas. But he's building roaches. No upgrade. Okay. Rogue, he clicked his Evo chamber for just a moment and was thinking about starting an upgrade. Reynor. Okay. Okay. Spires. I was going to say, I feel the Spire coming. I feel it coming. Reynor is going to be able to force enough roaches out of Rogue that Rogue will lose the gas advantage that he had. And that is... This matchup comes down big time to the gas advantage. +1 missile coming in for Reynor, though. And sorry, by this matchup, I mean Muta versus Muta. Rogue is now going to force Reynor to build a lot of roaches in response. And that is extremely good for Rogue. In fact, he's even getting Reynor to build 2 spines. Rogue is winning the mind game war. Actually, I would go so far as to say he's won the mind game war. And potentially with it, the game. 9 mutas. Oh, Ling's going to run by into the main. That is a very nice little move. Queen gets herself into a great little spot, but unfortunately it's not quite perfectly placed. So there's still a lot of Lings that are able to nibble at its booty. And they nibble that booty until there is nothing left. I'm so sorry, chat. I shouldn't have did that. +1 Flyer Carapace coming in for Rogue because he knows his opponent's going mutas. Reynor, I don't see how he wins this. The mutas pop out. We should be canceling +1 missile. But I don't know. I think Rogue is just too far ahead. I think with how this has worked out... Oh, nice little play right here surrounding this. Oh, yeah. No, Reynor's dead. Right? Unless Rogue messes up with the mutas really, really big time. Really, really big time. I really don't see how Reynor does anything here against this. Transfuses are very, very helpful. And they are on both big economies. The thing is, you can't really afford to do anything that's not building mutas. Or you just lose. But Oh, killing a Ling or a Muta right away is big. However, so is getting a ton of drones in the natural. Reynor spreading frantically at the end there. Banelings in the main get a little bit of value. Reynor needs to resaturate his gases, like, immediately. 6 Muta difference is so big. It is so big. The thing is, Reynor needs to be able to afford... He needs to be able to build enough Mutas to be able to afford to build enough static defense to survive and not just get slowly chipped away at to death by the Mutas. But he is going to have to fight here, and this is a far better fight for Rogue. +1 Carapace versus no upgrades on the Mutas. Rogue absolutely destroys that fight. Actually, it's only 6-5, so that's not as bad as it seems. But that's still really, really brutal. If there had been any potential for counterattacks besides just small Ling run-bys, which, by the way, are doing a nice bit of damage to Reynor, I would say that there was a more of a way back into this game, but it's 29 Mutas to 15 now. Well, 29 to 19. Rogue, good Muta control right there. Snipes down a couple of Ovies. Now he can dive the Spore. He kills it without losing a Muta. And I don't even think he took more than like 2 hits. Reynor will get across the map. He's got better Roaches, but the Roach Wars don't matter if you lose the Muta Wars this hard, which he will. Reynor's doing a really good job of keeping the Queens close. But once again, the +1 Carapace is so big. Rogue has an overwhelming number of Mutas. Fighting over the Spore is not great. It's actually really, really bad. But it's not going to be enough. Reynor is causing a lot of chaos on the other side of the map. But there's a couple spines at the third base. Reynor's doing a really, really good job with the counterattacks. Hang on. No, it's not going to be enough. I mean, it's 29 Mutas to 10 now. And that was Reynor doing the most I would say he could do. Now Rogue joins up with the other half of his Mutas. Reynor's doing, once again, a really good job here of fighting around the Spores. Rogue can just dive it now, even with the transfuses available. No chance whatsoever. I mean, the Muta count was close enough at the beginning that if Reynor could have somehow found the counterattack that he did at the end, that would have been potentially very doable for Reynor. But when you're behind in the Muta War and there's not already some kind of counterattack set up in place, it is so freaking hard to do anything. I rate this series 1 out of 5. Not enough Ultras versus Ultras. Underwhelming. Fair enough. Yeah. You raise a good point. No Ultras. Why are we even watching it? All right, quick minute of ads real quick. Real quick. A quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Who doesn't like booty nibbling? Miro, a man of quality, I see.
Theoden King, you stand alone. Not alone. Roll him to the king.
But then replace king with booty.
Theoden Booty, you stand alone. Not alone. Rohirrim
to the booty. Are you even a Zergling? Are you even Zergling if you don't? Zerging. Good God. We got there. Are you even Zerging if you don't Ultra? Obviously not. Obviously not. One thing that I will say is super imbalanced about Terran really unfair, really unfair, just like actually broken, is how cool it looks with the other colors that aren't just red and blue. You know? Looking at Hero Marine. He's playing with the like dark green Terran. That shit looks sleek. Dark green? Pfft. Looks terrible. Looks terrible. Yellow Terran is actually dope. Jugger J used to play a lot of Yellow Terran, no? I feel like I remember that, and I feel like I remember liking it a lot, too. No, I think Terran just has a really cool aesthetic. Snow White color on Terran. See, you're literally saying all of the colors. Like, we've had like 4 different colors mentioned, and everyone's like, it looks so good. Yeah, it just looks really good. I will say, though, I think the Purifier Colossus skin is the single coolest looking unit in StarCraft. Although that one Thor, I think it was was it the Wings of Liberty Collector's Edition Thor or the Heart of the Swarm I think it was Wings of Liberty Collector's Edition Thor. Looks really good. That one looks cool as hell. All right. Here we go. Spawning up at the top left for Basilisk. It is Reynor. In the blue. And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right. It is Rogue. In the red. Yeah, I don't think orange looks good on any race, to be honest. Rogue starting to get something happening here. Wall Collectors and Unovan Thor both look sick. True. Sorry, is that Umogen? Or wait, is Unovan a thing? I know there's Unopin, but that's from Invincible. Yeah, the Emojins are the ones that they're like, oh, you have to seal these gases or something, or prevent them from being sealed. I don't know, something about space whales. And then the space whales are really loud. Umami, that's it, yeah. Unova is, oh, Unovan Pokemon region. That sounds right. I think Psycho's right, though. I think it's Umami. Rogue, interestingly, this time is the one to actually saturate his gas faster. But unlike, the 12 or 16-minute gas difference it is literally going to be 1 gas canister faster. Which will mean a faster ling speed, but I don't think you do much with that. How did Rogue just have more money? Interesting. I wonder if he had like a better worker split. Because Reynor had the thing that I have sometimes, which where you get up to 89 minerals and 100 gas. Oh, Raynor's actually keeping all 3 drones on gas. That is a deviation here. He didn't transfer all his drones to the natural, but this is a really long rush distance of a map. Ah, we've got a sneaky Evo chamber. That makes sense to me why he kept this on here. What I was going to say is that usually the Overlord gets to check into the natural expansion and see the mineral line, but Taito Citadel is such a long travel distance from your main to your opponent's natural with the Overlord that you can't get in time. Reynor will get a scout, sees the Baneling Nest. He is going for Carapace here. That's a full scout. That's a really good scout. Very nice little juke right there from Reynor. He actually managed to dive away from that. Rogue, not going to be able to get into the main here. Good interception by Reynor. Thank you very much. Spawn Larva for fun for the Prime resub at 18 months. Donka Donka. Woo! Ooh, woo, woo. That was kind of cool. That was almost cinematic. That Zergling really looked like it like leapt at the other Zergling and just like cut it off like it was a martial arts move or something. Like leapt at it in the air. If I'm Rogue, I'm like, man, you're really trying hard to deny my scouting. This is super sus. To be honest, you should always be putting this amount of effort into denying scouting. Just because it makes it so that when you aren't doing something weird versus when you are, your opponent doesn't see any difference. It is that fast Carapace. Reynor is going for a lot of roaches here. Rogue. Hey, thank you, Miro, for the Prime resub at 2 months. It's finally time to resub. I promised a few days ago, and here I deliver. Thank you very much. Man of his word. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This does feel like a good setup on paper for Rogue to deal with this. He stopped at a good worker count. Reynor is supply blocked at 74. Does find a good fight against these Lings here. We'll kill them with the help of the Carapace and very efficiently. Reynor is going to add on... Okay, I actually really, really like this from Reynor. He sees what his opponent has, adds on +1 missile, and Rogue right now is under the gun to defend. Oh, Reynor should not be fighting this, though. He should not be fighting this. Okay. He only loses 1 roach. I'm pretty sure. And that could have been a lot worse. Oh, he actually goes 1 for 1, so it's totally fine. This is funky, though. Yeah, this +1 missile is not going to be close to being done in time for the Spire. And Reynor just started his lair. I actually really love this decision path from both players. Reynor for faking out Rogue super hard and actually getting himself a worker lead for a little bit there. And Rogue for the choice to go Spire, because that will be an excellent way of dealing with the fact that he can't actually catch up in upgrades easily. Reynor, though, canceling +1 missile and is going to go for it. Ooh. Will he be able to get what he needs to done? I don't really think so. Rogue is building roach speed. It's not going to be done for a little while here. Grosabiles do get avoided. Banes not protecting the roaches of Rogue. They will come in now, but those Banes are... they're really, really needed here. Reynor's got a lot of opportunity to just end the game. Mutas cannot be started. Rogue is going to try and go after these roaches and ravagers in the back. Finally, a Baneling gets a decent detonation, but this is looking like Reynor is broken through. What an excellently crafted attack and a really good choice from Reynor to go for it here. Rogue gonna lose the last of these Ravagers. Grosabiles taking out the eggs, preventing more roaches from being added in. Nice surround, trapping those 2 queens with just 2 Lings on the bottom. And Reynor has done it. Rogue, he's got the Spire done, but he doesn't have the time or the larva to build mutas. Rogue does have roach speed, but unfortunately that is not going to be enough in the face of this amount of Roach Ling Ravager with Carapace. Reynor now rebuilding a lair, adding on +1 missile. Those were fake outs initially, but, well, hang on, is this enough roaches? Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Rogue's losing too much. 23 drones to 52. And Reynor still has enough reinforcements coming through to prevent Rogue from actually stabilizing. GG. Reynor takes the 3rd place match 3-1. Well done. And now it is the match we have all been waiting for. Serral versus Maru. Grand finals of the 10K LiuLi Cup. Billy Billy Bow Up. All right, 3 minutes of ads. Oh, Tourmaline is going to be the first map of the series. Okay, so obviously Tourmaline did not get vetoed. All right, we'll be back. Meryl versus Saru. I hate it. Thank you. By the way, if you are enjoying the stream, please subscribe. And if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe and like the video. Would help a lot. We'll be back. All right, here we go. Woo lad. ZVZ broke him. Feeling lighter? Of course. Heh. Get that man some RAM. Get this man a RAM stick. My God. Okay. No. I was actually one of the people who lives at the house was watching a Reynor Games video, and I was watching that, so we were talking about that. So it was old school RuneScape, which is like they have like a survivor type thing. Okay. I only eat vegan RAM. Well, it's very ethical of you. It's very good. Oh, did anything happen with the maintenance for StarCraft 2? Did anything happen there? No? Yes, no, maybe? Hey, thank you very much. A laser for the raid. Oh my goodness, I didn't even see it. Woo lad. Woo lad. Double meat for every vegan I see. Nice. Perfect. Reminder that this is a spoiler-free cast, just for everyone here. Serral versus Maru. All right, here we go. Spawning up in the top right for Vitality. It is Maru. In a highly anticipated rematch between these two. Spawning down in the bottom left for Basilisk, it is Serral. In the blue. All right. Maru had a pretty tough road to the finals. Serral, not the easiest road himself, but both players did win their semifinal matches in clean sweeps, despite going up against, well, players that have beaten them before. Two have a pretty good record against, well, actually, I would say Rogue. Rogue has an okay-ish record against Serral. Reynor has an okay-ish record against Maru, but no, I still think Maru is pretty strong against Serral or Reynor, and Serral is pretty strong against Rogue. Still, regardless, here we go. Tourmaline. Rather wide open-ish map. But as we know with Maru here, the chance of a long late game turtle is very, very high. And we do have to talk about the fact that there's not a lot of bases on this map. Terran has strong defensive positions if they can get up the 4th base, the 5th base. It's going to be really difficult for the Zerg to do too much. Mostly because taking the contested bases, whether that's the corners, well, really it's the corners, but even if you go 8 bases to 6, it is going to be pretty tough. Or 8 bases to 5 even. Maru, of course, a master of the late game Terran turtle. He kind of invented Ghost Mech, got it nerfed. Will he get it nerfed again after it's been buffed pretty significantly, I would say? With the abduct removal versus siege tanks. Maru is not able to get that drone kill initially. Serral will hold off on the the creep tumor drop until he gets these queens out, or until he is able to save the drone, I should say. Serral actually does build just one set of lings. Hang on. Serral is going to go for a delayed third hatch, a 4-queen opener, and will counterattack on the other side of the map. This is actually quite good for Serral. Maybe able to pick off a drone. Maru did get a drone in response, but he loses 2 SCVs, and it is a full scout from Serral. That is actually really good for Serral. That is really, really good for Serral. Maru on just 24 SCVs right now. Of course, 3cc 211 is a very, very good build, and it's particularly good against aggressive Zerg. Serral is going for 3 gases, a Roach Warren. Maru, did he stop with just 2 Hellions? He did. Okay, this is something that I feel like Terrans don't mix up enough. And that is kind of swapping back and forth between styles or little adjustments to styles. I think against a 2-hatch play, it's a very good decision to not go heavy into Hellions. I think going for 4 Hellions against what is likely to be a Roach play is not going to help you very much. Whereas just 2 Hellions, you can still kind of, you know, check in on what your opponent's doing. Maru repairs up the Hellions, by the way. Like that very much. Oh, does this... Ah, that mule did not mine the minerals before it dissolved, before it disappeared, expired. Serral, of course, going to have the 3rd hatch completing here. Ooh. Hellions, for a moment, it looked like they might have had an opportunity to run by, but not going to be the case. Serral will scout into the main base. Going to see the double medevac starting up and should be able to get away. I like the idea of saving energy right now on the Overseer. Very fast double NG Bay behind this. Serral, if he just goes with Roach speed, this might actually be a little bit of a challenge for... Well, that might be a little bit of a challenge for Maru to deal with. We do have Overlord ready to drop creep. Serral is coming in with a very aggressive play. I will say it is... Serral's going to have to be careful with this attack. Honestly, forcing the lift on the 3rd CC. Yeah, I like that he's droning out of this. Yeah, very, very much. Changeling does get dropped. Maru kills the Overseer. And Serral morphs in Ravagers, but he is droning out of this. I love the idea of just using this to now drop creep. This is kind of a variant of the queen drop play he had a while ago, where he would put his queens into Overlords and kind of ferry them around on the map and use them to get creep. This did delay Maru from starting up as 1-1. The fact that Serral morphed in Ravagers is a... I wouldn't say it's strange, but it's... Bold is even the wrong term. Did both queens make it back? Oh, no. Oh, he's sending it all the way to the right. Maru wanted a denial on the creep here, but he doesn't manage to get it. Okay, he dropped Hellion to do so. Serral. Oh, this is so cool. Already up to 72 drones behind this. +2 Carapace, +1 melee on the way. Ling speed, Baneling Nest, Infestation Pit done, and he can go straight into Hive. You talk about players taking a quick route to the late game. Serral is really, really zooming to it. Maru. Oh, I think he's going to be able to get the cancel on this hatch. Yeah, easy peasy. Serral does get the cancel, rebuild, cancel. Maru can scan to clear this creep at the 3rd base of, well, at his 3rd base. Serral is outlining it by a solid amount, though. But the denial on the 4th was really, really nice. I think I said the 5th, but no, this was the 4th. That's actually a big deal. Maru really needed that. Serral did manage to expand the creep far enough out that it takes more than 1 scan to kill it. Expanding it to all different directions. God, this is actually such a sick setup from Serral here to start. Maru adding the 2nd factory. He does have a good number of tanks. Just now fires up the 2-2. 3 infestors going to pop out very quickly from Serral. I cannot tell you how good this setup is from Serral, actually. This is so, so cool. Spreading creep forward and backward at the same time. God, this is so cool out of Serral. This is so freaking cool. Scan in the middle of the map will find the tumors from earlier. Maru zips back to the side. Oh. Maru is going to find the creep tumor just as it completes. I think you scan for this every single day of the week. Yeah. Oh, the fact that he finds that creep tumor on the right is so lucky for Maru. And now all of this creep has been erased. Good job for Maru. He is actually now out of scans. That would have been such a problem for Maru if that had gone uncontested. Ultralisk Cavern is almost done now. Already 9 minutes. And it is done. Immediately into the chitinous plating. Serral is really, really sharp with his build orders. Drilling Claws coming through for Maru. No Baneling speed. In fact, Serral canceled the Baneling nest. Now he's adding 5. Maru trying to race towards this 5th base. Serral is going to rebuild the Baneling nest. That is that's a nice little skirmish for Maru. But on the right side, that's an amazing fight for Serral. Widowmines do burrow up. Would split against them, but one of them gets a big shot, I think, regardless. Still, that's just fine for Serral. I think he's going to be happy with that. Maybe not with the one big hit. Going to be a Ling Roach drop. Of course, Serral needs to kind of trade out these roaches. 17 roaches is not really what you want. Hasn't lost a Ravager, though, I don't think. No. Only gas units are canceled on the Baneling nest. Loss of an Overseer, and I'm not sure what else. Unless he cancel... I don't know, actually. Corrosive Bile is going to find one of these tanks. Did he lose the Ravager? Maybe. Oh, now we've got a medevac spotting this on the right side. Sensor tower as well. His drop play is not going to be able to get anything done. Already got Hellbats here in position as well. Spire being added on by Serral. He's also getting Burrow. Anabolic Synthesis going to complete momentarily. There are Liberators here, but Corrosive Biles can be used against them. Oh, Maru unsieges. Serral didn't drop these. Nice fungals. Very nice chain fungal. Serral doesn't manage to land all the Biles on the 2 Liberators, and the base holds. Wow, I cannot believe that held. Wow, 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 wow. Good repair from Maru, but I really thought that was going to go down. We are going to see +3 melee and +1 missile fired up behind us. 5 more command centers coming in from Maru. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, after the previous game, it felt pretty obvious that Maru is going to be digging his heels in this one. Ghost Cloak coming in 3/3 as well. Serral does still have a lot of map control. Decent creep spread. But Maru has held the very dangerous first attack Serral went for. Scan comes in, sees the army rotating. That is going to be a cancel on this base. There's no air-to-air anti-air. So it would just be a parasitic bomb, but there's not enough energy for that. Widowmine gets a big hit. Maru actually tried to cancel that. EMP, by the way, did just drain the rest of the energy on the Viper. Maru tried to cancel that with the Unburrow, but it went off and it got a huge hit. Oh, Serral going to start killing his own roaches now to free up supply. I think that's a good call. He really wanted to go for the Overlord drops. And you might be wondering, why isn't he just dropping them in and then letting them die? Well, because then you lose the Dropper Lords themselves. And those are actually useful units as opposed to the roaches. Oh, Serral trying to drop a Creep Tumor here, but unfortunately drops a Bile. He does avoid getting hit by it, though. This is looking like we're going to be settling in for a potential while here. Serral going to look for an opening on the top side. Not a crazy amount of tanks. Serral kind of snipes them off and gets back out, but obviously comes at the cost of, well, actually not that much. That was good for Serral. Now, Serral did kill 7 of his own roaches, and that shows up on the battle report, so that's important to note. Going to be using Nidus Worms to reposition between the bottom right and top left bases. Love that. Maru, for his part, is going up to... He's got 9 orbitals and is building a 10th. He tried to send the command center to the top left. If Serral can take both corner bases and mine them fully... That is a really, really good opportunity. That is a really big opportunity to outmine Maru enough that the cost efficiency of Maru's comp doesn't necessarily win the game. Changelings through the middle. Oh, Maru actually using a Widow Mine there to shoot them. Nice job. Denying the scout. We do see the second armory coming in for Maru. Liberators killing the Overseer in the top. Maru is basically, yes, completely... I think the only time he's actually been on Serral's side of the map was with the 2 Hellions at the beginning. We're going to see a significant number of Marauders on the bottom right. Just looking to be traded out here. Maybe? No. He'll pull back. Sends them pretty far forward, but kind of fine. Now, are there any Infestors in this army? No, so you can't just grab those units. Serral did go up to 90 drones, and once again is trying to mine as much as he can from the bottom right and top left bases. There is a Spire here. Fake Medivacs coming in. Meanwhile, a nuke in the middle of the map. Oh, it is really difficult to detect those ghosts. See if Serral can pull this away. This is one of the liabilities. Oh, very nice job from Serral right there. One of the liabilities of having, 8 or 9 bases. This is super funny because there's no anti-air for Serral right now. Not really. Nidus Worm attempted in the main base once again, but Maru can just... all he has to worry about really is those Nidus Worms. There's not a whole lot. Maru wanting to sack these Medivacs, and Serral's like, well, I'm not going to kill him. Deal with it. That's... something I haven't seen before, I can honestly say. Did the ghost get killed off? No, it just walked back home. Scans coming in on both sides. Maybe looking for an opportunity to nuke. Has he rebuilt the nuke? Yes, he has. I think this is the ghost that nuked. It never got decloaked, but it's just going to run out of energy. Decloak itself automatically and then start generating energy anyways. I don't think that's going to affect the game too much. Wow. 4 scans getting dropped on the top left all at once. But Serral's got the Nidus Worm, so he's able to reposition. He's actually able to defend this with relative ease, yeah. Maru trying to strengthen his forward position here. He does deny the gas. Where is the nuke? Oh, on the left side here. Serral going to have to be careful. It is a pretty obviously placed nuke, but still got to be careful about it. Snipes coming in. Ooh, there's a lot of overseers here for Serral. Maru. God, that is a lot of ghosts. Without infestors, there's just no chance of a catch here. And Serral says, okay, I've mined as much as I can. If I try and hold this for any longer, I'm going to take really bad fights. Let me see if I can counterattack on the inside of the map. Does get a few SCVs. Corrosive Vials will find the Liberators. Oh, he actually does move his Ultra out of the way. Maru is obviously going to try and take that base as quickly as he can. And, I mean, he's going to be able to mine minerals from here so fast. Serral with a 15k 5k bank, but Maru with an 8k 5k bank. Corruptors now being added in, and they do get spotted here. Maru just... Well, there's that Mule Hammer. It's a mini Mule Hammer. It's like a... What is that? A mule... Ooh, that's cute from Serral. But ultimately, it's just going to delay the inevitable. Oof, that is a lot of scans. You really can't hide from the Terran in the late game. Even in the farthest reaches of the map. They can just see it. If they want to see something, they can see it. Lift forced up at this base. Serral is about to complete his 2-2 for the air. Maru getting in towards his own ship upgrades. Now that he's completed the vehicle plating. Do we have a greater spire done for the Zerg? Yes, we do. Do we have... Well, we're just now seeing the fusion core, actually. Maru just completed it. Maru misplaces his command center, but it does not matter. We've got the Mule Hammer going, and it is smashing up those minerals, putting them in Maru's pocket. Oh, Corrosive Vials. No, not coming through, but the Corruptors will take care of those Liberators. There's the Corrosive Vials. Is there enough for Maru to hold? The Ghosts are forced very, very far back. Snipes getting their leash broken. Serral able to get those Overseers out of position. Show the income? Yeah, for sure. But the more valuable one is... Oh, Serral trading out those roaches, or rather killing them himself. Income advantage is not as big for Serral. 5,000 resources lost difference here. Serral going to try and split these Lings up. Burrowing on the bottom right. Bottom base is huge for Maru. It is. It really, really is. Serral started mining from it as quickly as he could, but it's really, really tough to prevent the Terran from setting up there. 3-3 nearly done for the heir of the Zerg, and that's going to be the last upgrade needed. No +2 ship weapons yet started up. Oh, here comes the attack on the bottom right. As Maru moves into the top left, Serral says, okay, let me reestablish my own base where you were setting up. Does Maru have any command centers here ready to land in that top left? Not yet. Oh. We're seeing Maru rotating through the middle. There's a couple of Ravagers here. Just kind of funny and random. They get absolutely smashed. Absolutely obliterated. Planetary Fortress will be set ablaze and will get killed as long as Serral gets on top of it. There we go. Late game engineering bay upgrades, not enough to keep it alive without any repair. Maru going to start to push through the middle, recognizing that there might be an opportunity to find some damage on Serral. Fungal Growth does come in. He's on creep, but the tank Liberator line is very deep, and there's a lot of power in this army with the ghosts. Oh, that tank survives on 1 HP. We're going to see a mule dropped to repair it up. Nice attention to detail. Meanwhile, Serral looking for a big Nidus Worm into the main base. There's a lot of Lings in here. If he gets the unload, that could be huge. And there it is. Fungal Growth. Nope, not able to get dropped there. Drones actually in this Nidus. Well, those are those aren't meant to be there. Those escaped from a base at some point. Oh, Fungal on the medevacs. That's a big Fungal Growth coming in from Serral. That is a big find, and he completely... I mean, he wipes out the medevac count. Oh, baby, that's a big kill. Maru, though, still holds a position in the middle of the map. I mean, there's still such a big bank for Maru. Serral is going to have to rebuild. That did cost him a lot. But, I mean, he's got a crazy amount of resources. And now he is going to start mining again from the top left. Oh, fight in the middle of the map. Serral finding Maru without a lot of the reinforcements here. He does leave this one tank. There's an Infestor with a Fungal available. Maybe a double Fungal. Serral will need to get these to mining as soon as possible. There we go. This feels like a race to deny bases for Maru and Serral. The Nidus Worms are such a smart move from Serral. The fact that Maru denied this base in the middle for as long as he did there is quite nice for him. It is still Serral outmining his opponent by a significant amount. The gases are going to be really important if... well, actually, at this point, it's hard to say. Oh, Scan finds the Infestor in the middle of the map. Lings running through the middle here. Widowmines will get a lot of them. Ghosts just cloak up. Ghosts are never really in danger when they're on their own, as long as there's no detection for the Zerg. And of course, it's pretty difficult to get detection this deep in here. Changeling does get kind of placed in the middle of this mineral line. Serral rallying a lot of Overlords through. I wonder what the move there was. Oh, there's Widowmine somehow on the other side of the map. Serral will find one tank. Does he get... Oh, nice little splitty. Oh, and that's going to be enough to get the kill on all these tanks as a result. Ghost might save it, though. Just barely gets over here. These two are playing very well right now. Very, very well. Oh, that is a lot of ghosts on the top left. Serral going to find a couple of tanks in the middle as the base in the top left is denied once again. Oh, how did that siege tank just shoot right? Okay, it must have shot from further back. No, it was this one. Never mind. I was like, how did that possibly shoot? Serral is going heavy on the Zerglings here to try and exploit the fact that Maru's kind of all over the place here. Speaking of all over the place, there are Widowmines all over the place. Very nice little moves from Serral with the Ling counterattacks, but Maru's doing a good job of not ever letting them get a catastrophic amount of damage. Oh, this is quite nice from Serral. Spots this with a Changeling. The Changeling usage from Serral is really, really good here. He has got a lot of kind of advanced vision with that. Maru electing not to mule hammer this base since he doesn't need to. Wants to save the resources for later. Meanwhile, fight in the middle of the map. Once again, it is Serral, this time jumping on top of Maru in a big way. Maru never fully saturated this gas in the middle. Oh, Burrowed Infestor coming through. Scan's not able to see it. It's not on full HP, but this could be a big jump for Serral. Can he get the fungal? Oh, he does, but the EMP came through and it only hits a couple of ghosts. There was actually... Oh, there was almost a game-winning fungal there. That was still a very, very good fight for Serral. Very good fight for Serral. Maru is now in some trouble. Serral has reestablished mining on the bottom right and has taken a lot of resources from there. Corruptors. Oh, very nice. After forcing this to the ground, he switches to the caustic spray. We'll get the kill there. Maru is starting to run out of resources here. Ling's going to try and flank. There are a lot of Liberators. Corruptor's going to try and get through on top of them. Ultras from the bottom side. This is looking very good for Serral. There's still a lot of Liberators, but they're all sieged up, and they're not covering these tanks. Ultras, one Liberation Zone is still in effect. Ghosts come in from the back. Will take out those two Ultras that were left. No snipes on the Overseers. I think that's actually a wise choice, if it is a choice, which I hope it is, because he is pretty low on Ghost energy. But if Serral can pick up on that, may recognize that Maru is actually running out of money. Infestor avoids being scanned. It's on top of the army. This is looking better and better for Serral as time goes on. Oh, the scan sees the Infestor. Not sure what he saw to check on top of the army, but maybe just the Spidey sense. That's crazy because he missed the approach of the Infestor. Another one coming in from the side. It somehow gets just in range of the scan. Infestors are fat asses, but we've got another one from the back. It drops a fungal. It doesn't hit the ghost, but it does hit a little bit of the army. The Ultras are going to try and get in on top of this. Snipes. Are there enough of them? There's an Infestor behind us. There's the fungal growth on the ghost at the front. Finds 4 of them. Liberator's going to hold the line for the moment, but Serral is doing it here in game number 1 on Tourmaline. He still has a bank. He is still maxed out. Maru is on the ropes here. Serral has had some amazing engagements. Maru, that was a really, really big scan. But it's still, he's slowly but surely been losing territory and just kind of not exactly losing the fights in a big way. Hold that thought. We do see the fight coming in this time. Fungal growth will connect on the ghost. And this looks like Serral is about to take game number 1 in this grand finals. GG. Serral gets it done on Tourmaline. But Maru, for a whole lot of that game, was looking bulletproof. He was until he wasn't. Damn. All right. 2 minutes of ads real quick. We'll get into the next one. What is this grand finals of? This is the grand finals of the LiuLi Cup, a $10,000 online tournament. I think we siege Liberators sooner in the last fight. While Ghosts and Snipes went off, he would have won there. I think Serral out-rotated Maru more than anything there. I think the reason that Serral won that game is because while Maru was killing the top left base, I don't think you actually need to deny necessarily the top left, bottom right bases as quickly as Maru did. I think more so than anything, Serral picked his spots to counterattack when Maru was... Honestly, there's so many little things that happen in that game that you can't really boil it down to one exact thing. Yeah. Yeah, but it's a complicated thing, and trying to boil it down to one exact thing is not exactly easy. But I feel like it was more so than anything, Serral, when he would like lose the top left base, he would counterattack and kill on the bottom right. And then when he would, you know, the army would appear on the bottom right, he'd counterattack on the top left. Just a really well-executed setup. Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah, now that you're back, Xiaomi. It's a $10,000. $10,000 online tournament. It's called the LiuLi Cup, run by the Chinese scene. So very cool. The World Team League. All right, let's get into game number 2. Here we go, spawning up in the top left of Taito Citadel. It is Vitality's Maru. In the blue. And his opponent spawning down to the bottom right for Basilisk. It is Serral. In the red. That was a pretty crazy game. Pretty crazy game. Serral's approach there, and just the whole thing to get like this crazy ultra timing was really, really cool. Maru, for his part, the defense against that was very... Like the fact that he was able to get as much to defend a fourth base, or maybe was that a fifth base? No, it was a fourth base, right? Fourth base in the middle and hold as like easily as he did. Like that was a proper macro showing from both players. Maru also the decision to attack through the middle was a very good one as well. But Serral choosing when to fight and when not to was very... He showed a lot of good understanding, a lot of patience, and a lot of maturity in that first game. But it takes a lot of mental energy to sustain that through an entire best of 7. And I do feel like in this version of the game right now, especially, the burden is on the Zerg player to break the Terran in one way or another. Or mine so many more resources than your opponent that you can just be as cost inefficient almost as you want. And I do feel like specifically on Tourmaline, it's very difficult to do that. Same thing with White Rabbit. On Taito Citadel, I think it is going to be a lot easier for Serral to potentially set himself up. And when I say easier, I don't mean easy. I mean, there's more bases that you can potentially take. But I wonder if that means we'll see Maru play a lot more aggressively on this map. I hope so. Because I don't really want to... Even a fantastic banger series Well, okay, all the games are like that in game number 1, then maybe I'm okay with it. And especially if they're more like the second half of that, where there's, you know, big army rotations. They're really playing around one another. But yeah, all that is to say, there is an opportunity to take more bases. But at the same time, it's also quite difficult to prevent the Terran player from setting up their six base setup. Similar to what we saw in game number 1. Maru, this game, is going to be going for the 3cc, well, at the very least, Starport. Potentially Cloak Banshee. We'll see in a moment if he elects to add a Liberator or a Viking, or if it's just going to be straight into the Tech Lab swap. And yeah, there it is. Maru did go for 2 Marines, and that's why the reactor was a little late, and therefore, as a result, also the Tech Lab a little late. Really wants to deny Serral's scouting as much as he can. And, of course, Serral is a player that the execution is absolutely outstanding. And it's also the scouting that is really, really good. Maru going to be playing fast double NG bays. There's a lot of things that this can potentially unlock for the Terran player. One of them is a very powerful 8 racks. Very powerful 8 racks. We'll see if that is what is on the menu. Maru is a player that will play what wins. That's it. His style is playing to win. Serral, same thing. You think about Reynor, he's a player that prefers Lingbane. You think about Rogue, he likes fast, attacky units. You think... What's another good example? What's a player that has like a specific style? MaxPax loves his Blink Stalkers, let's say. It's not to say he'll only play Blink Stalkers, but for a long time in PvZ, he would only play Blink Stalkers. It is a single Cloakless Banshee, which makes me think more and more that there's an 8 racks on the menu. Ooh, Serral going to be going for the Quick Spire. Okay, we have been seeing this 1 Muta into like 3 to 4 Corruptor play out of Young Yakov. It's funny because Order of Operations is a little bit weird. Those games, I think, might have been played after this was. No. They were played at the exact same time. But I wonder if we're just going to see Mutiling Bane or what it's going to be. No Bane speed just yet for Serral. That, of course, will be very important. And, oh, there we go. As soon as he gets a little bit more cash, go straight for that. Serral will scout into the main. And, he's going to get deflected, though. Stim completes for Maru. But Serral will get away with the Overseer, so that's actually quite nice. Bane Academy. Serral is going to have a challenging time with very late upgrades. We still haven't seen what it's going to be out of Maru just yet. Very important when you play this super fast double engineering bay to take full advantage and start up your 2-2 upgrades immediately. Super, super, super important. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. He's got... Oh, there's the +2. And he's got the gas for +2 armor. Go, go. Go, go. There we go. Does lose a bit of time on that, but Serral still doesn't have an engineering... Or, sorry, he still doesn't have his 1-1 on the way. He does, in fact, have Evo chambers. Okay, second factory coming through finally for Maru. But he has been committing to a lot of units here. Banshee going to look for the flank. Mutas will show up. That Banshee is actually such a nuisance. Combat shields will complete. These Mutas are not going to have the easiest time. They're not going after the tanks here. Maru is forced to lift up into the medevacs. Hellions show up from the back. Serral will be forced back here. That was a good fight for Maru. Of course, his tanks are down. There's still one Baneling left. Serral needs more Banes, like, real bad. The 1-1 makes this very difficult for Serral to fight. Banelings are going to complete in a moment. There is a tank here now. Queens on the right side are trying to hold the line. Oh, Siege trying to fire the Banes. Not able to get them. Banelings get some decent shots. Serral will lose the Overseer on the backside, but he is going to hold for the moment. He is on at 5 bases versus a pretty committed 3-base attack. Oh, that one Muta takes a bad angle. First of all, gives away where the rest of the Mutas are. Serral only loses the 1, though. Could have been a lot worse. He will finish +1 flyer attacks. Drilling Claws coming through. Playing Mutaling Bane is a bit of a bold choice. It is... I mean, he survived the scariest part of this game for a Mutaling Bane player, but there's still a lot of timings that are going to be unpleasant for him to deal with. And honestly, until his own 3-3 is done, it is going to be rather unpleasant. Changeling on the left side actually spots this Marine drive-by, but Serral already canceling the hatch. He says, yeah, I'm not going to mess around with that. I'm just going to get my money back. Serral needs to start up his 2-2 immediately. There's a +2 melee. And +2 Carapace just had the money for it now. Scan comes in. We'll find this Creep Tumor. When you're playing Mutiling Bane as the Zerg, it is really difficult to keep your creep spread fully going, which is tough because it's also one of the most valuable things you can do. Ooh, big Mutaling counterattack. Maru not able to lift the depot. Thor going to get surrounded. It is immediately killed. Doesn't even get its full 3rd volley off, so it will not get the kill on that one Muta. This is going to drag Maru all the way back home and potentially put in a lot of work. Missile turret being mass repaired. That is a really funny thing to watch. The DPS versus the healing rate, and a healing rate is going to win out. Missile turrets in the natural were taken down. Serral finds an opening on the right side against a couple of depots. Oh, he turns around, doesn't lose the Muta, and gets the kill on that last depot. Very nice. Meanwhile, though, the creep is still heavily pressured at the kind of point of contention out front of Serral's potential 6th. He does really need to take down these rocks, by the way. Maru looking for denial on this base. This hatch is misplaced. Once again, there's a lot of things you're trying to do here as both players. We're going to see Widowmine does manage to burrow up Serral with a decent little split, but he doesn't want to commit all the way through here. What did he... Hang on, what did he just kill? Oh, he kills the starport. Oh, that's actually really, really annoying for Maru to deal with. Serral get to cancel. No, unfortunately, the attention. Even Serral, even the great Yuna Sutala is struggling to do all the things he needs to do. No Overlord speed makes it really difficult to deal with Drilling Claw's mines. Oh, and these Drilling Claw mines, speaking of which. Oh, nice hold position. Does deal with it quite nicely. 2-2 will complete for Serral in a moment. That is the first time he's going to have upgrade parity in about 4 minutes. And he will try and take the fight with it. Gets a decent little skirmish at the front. Maru, though, able to get back off creep. Muta's diving into the 3rd base. Oh, these SCVs going to take some big hits with the loss of the missile turret. There is that Overlord speed starting up. There's no hive done yet for Serral, and there's a lot of Marauders now mixed in. Maru is about to complete his +3 infantry weapons. Serral will dive these missile turrets in the main base, and there's no repair, so they do get taken out. He's focused on the other side of the map, where it looks like Serral is going to be forced away from this position. +2 flyer attacks will complete for Serral. Maru can, now that he's finishing up his 3-3, go immediately into the late game engineering bay upgrades, which is really good at dealing with mutas. Range on the missile turret, but more importantly, building armor. Makes it really difficult for these mutas to find value. I like that Serral, by the way, is not just rallying all the mutas straight across the map. If he's sending them when he can, but he's only sending them forward when they actually have a proper path. Oh, Widowmine bait in the natural. Serral's going to have to be careful, but he does avoid these. Missile turret gets a kill on one of these mutas. Serral will find a little opening in the main base. Going to find a couple of SCVs. Now Ling's getting into the third base of Maru. A couple of drones do go down. Gold base will get taken out, but Maru going to, not be able to pick everything up there. Serral gets out with the mutas out of the main base and finds some pretty decent value. Oh, but we've got an attempt to corral these mutas in the top middle. Serral's got to be careful. Oh, that is a bit of a bait evac. Meta bait. There's actually not many barracks left in the main base. Serral's been doing such a good job with these mutas, and they are battle mutas, but he doesn't yet have his 3-3 for the ground on the way yet. 8 more mutas being produced. Maru with the upgrade advantage. It is so nice to fight against the Mutiling Bane. We are going to see the Serral trying to go for the fight, actually. It is partially on creep, so this is a good fight for Serral. Marauders getting swarmed by the Lings. Thor goes down. That was a really good fight for Serral. Meanwhile, the mutas on the top right find 8 SCVs, and I don't think he lost that many. He's lost 6, it says, during the battle report. Oh, there's a lot of Marines reinforcing here. Serral needs to pull these mutas back. They do get melted. 4 or 5 of them. Meanwhile, the planetary fortress at the 5th base is going to get killed. That is a big kill for Serral. He starts up the +3 ground carapace. Right now, this is a razor's edge game. It is very, very close. Absolutely sick game between the two of these players. Adrenal glands for Serral. +3 melee. Of course, he is not super rich, but those would be big upgrades for him. SCV is going to pull away from the main base, but they will... Oh, actually, Serral's going to be able to find a couple of Marines here. Few too many behind this, though, now, and he will lose this. Lose 1, I should say. Barracks will fall. The rebuilt starport is also going to get taken out here by Serral. Oh, the lack of those late-game NG Bay upgrades for Maru is really, really hurting. He is actually maxed out with a bank. A small bank, but a bank nonetheless. And it would absolutely be worth it. It would have been worth it a while ago to build that. Oh, nice bait out on that Widowmine. Serral will have to give up this gold base, I believe. Siege tank will get taken out at the... Oh, actually, hang on. Serral's going to try and take the fight. I don't know about this one. That was a lot of Banes, and he did not clean up this army. But at the same time, I understand he feels like he has to fight for this base. Pulls the drones away. There is a base in the middle that Serral can mine from. Serral's up 30 drones, but cannot mine with them until this base gets up and running. And in fact, he might even be... I don't know. There's actually enough places to efficiently mine. Oh my god, Drilling Claws is insane. That was so fast on the burrow. Oh, Mutas and Banes. Get a little bit done. Widowmine hits the Overseer, which doesn't actually kill anything. Maru building 2 more starports. Meanwhile, middle of the map, it's been non-stop action here. Burrow has been added in. Burrowed Banes could be monstrously large. Adrenal glands not quite done yet. +3 carapace has completed. Maru with some good splitties. But there's no Widowmines here. It's all Marine Marauder. And now this might be the fight Serral's been looking for this whole time. But enough reinforcement showing up for Maru to push this back. Oh, he knows that's the perfect time to try and burrow Banes. Serral doesn't even bother, but Maru was already there with the scan. Oh, Widowmine's going to find some nice kills on the drones. Lings, Banes rolling forward. Oh, they actually do get some big connections, but there's still a good number of Marines, and the Marauders have survived. Mutas, though, finding the missile turrets at this 4th base of Maru. Going to be able to find another 10 SCVs, knocking Maru back down to 44 SCVs again. Seems like that's his magic number for the game. Muta count is not crazy high, though. But they do have 2-1 upgrades. Absolutely sick game number 2 here. What a game between these two. But Serral is starting to really hurt. He desperately needs another base. The Drilling Claws mines in the bottom left. This one that survived earlier has 4 kills and is still there. Oh my god, if that mine that burrowed with like 6 lings, 8 lings on top of it. Oh, it's okay, it doesn't actually end up connecting. This is starting to look better and better for Maru. Serral trying to counterattack while he loses that gold base for the 4th or 5th time. He's finding value with the mutas, but not enough to compensate for the loss of the gold base. Oh, cute little play from Maru. Dives into the command center with the SCVs to protect them. Marauders being picked off. Overseer does go down. Serral. Oh, okay, mutas do pull back. If Serral could have somehow gotten a new base up during all this, this would be such a different game. But Maru's done such a good job of denying those outlying bases and never letting Serral expand and take over the map. The crazy thing is Maru's done this without the late game engineering bay upgrades. It would be so much easier if these turrets were just not dying to the mutas, which they wouldn't be anywhere near as quickly as they have been. With just 2 upgrades that are so cheap, and he could have gotten so long ago. Oh, mutas and lanes going to try and get into the natural. No lift on the depots. No, not in time. SCVs were not really doing anything here in the natural. Another barracks. That's like the 4th or 5th command, production structure that has been killed off here. 2 starports, 3 barracks. And he almost gets a factory, too. Never mind all the add-ons. At this point, I do think Serral, his only chance is Burrowed Banes. I mean, well, with mutas, you can definitely make some magic happen. Maru looking for the intercept. Will find it. And Serral going to lose 5 or 6 of those. 3? 5? It says 24 died. But it's 5-minute battle report. I don't know that I've ever seen the battle report show 5 minutes before. That is crazy. What a display from these two. What an absolutely incredible display. Oh, Serral going to draw these units to the side. Muta's looking for the medevacs. Mines will burrow up. They do end up friendly firing a lot there. Burrowed Banes would have been so big here, but Serral, now the whole ground army's been cleaned up. Maru, up 50 army supply. It's just mutas left for Serral. Maru scanning to see, hey, do you have any bases up and running? Smart scans, very, very much so. But Serral doesn't have any bases up and running. And Maru, I think this game is, going to go in his favor. Serral was bluffing, hoping to drag his opponent back home. He wasn't able to. And it is an even score after 2 banger games. Very well done by Maru there. All right, 2 minutes of ads real quick. Now that's a game of StarCraft. That's a game of StarCraft. That's what the kids go for. Exactly. Now this is pod racing. Oh, man, I miss Mutiling Bane so much. So much. It's so fun to watch Mutiling Bane versus Biomine. Pod racing game they're going to release? Really? There's a pod racing game? More click, not more better. Gentlemen consider their moves and act deliberately. Not me. Not this cowboy. Well, of course, you're not a gentleman. Oh, my goodness. All right. I believe, yeah, ads are about to expire. We'll get into this. N64 one was peak gaming. All right, here we go. Spawning up in the top right for Vitality, it's Maru. In the red. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left for Basilisk, it's Serral. In the blue. Now this is definitely a map that, to me, feels much more likely that we could see a turtle play. But it is also a map where mutas could be decent. Honestly, that second game has me really revved up for this series. I do hope it is a hotly contested match all the way to the end. I do wonder if Maru wants to go turtle, actually, again, after game number 1. Because, I mean, he won the game that was more aggressive. Granted, it was Serral playing Mutiling Bane with a significant upgrade deficit for a lot of the game. But, Serral not yet playing gas. Okay. He's going to triple stack up this drone. You do get some additional value from that. Are we going to drop a third hatch? No? Yes, no? Oh, look at that. Serral sending them to the far mineral patches so that by the time that they're done, or by the time that they get there, the hatchery is done. That is quite cute. I think this was an Extractor Trick 15 hatch. Hang on, let me... Yeah, for sure. For sure it was. Maru does open up Marine... No, Reaper Marine. Yep. The cool thing about this for the Zerg players is that your queen is out in time to not have to build a set of lings if you don't want to. Drone, though. Oh, it gets knocked into the other drones, and the idiot drones block it from building a spore. Maru stuck around for a long time. Serral will have to pull this Overlord back. He is going to take the back base behind this. Funny that they're both doing that. So far, nothing crazy out of Maru. Oh! What? The drone started to become a Wait, what the hell just happened there? What blocked that? What the hell? Did he give it a double command and it stopped itself from becoming a spore? That's so weird. It's going to be a Roach one coming in from Serral. That's obviously a very nice pickoff for Maru, but I'm confused as to why the drone didn't morph into a spore. There was nothing there to block it. I don't think, anyways. That's just confusing. This Maru Reaper has been a massive nuisance. Getting 2 drones early is very nice, but Serral's setup is really, really good. He's already on 46 drones. This is a sick, nasty setup. Oh my god. But we are going 4 command centers into double engineering bay before 3rd racks, I think, and without a starport. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That is insane in terms of greed. But is a very good setup against what Serral is doing. This is some ludicrous greed. Truly ludicrous. Serral does have a very nice drone count, but Maru's setup is equivalently insane. Don't try this on the ladder. You will not experience success. Because I will Ling Bane bust you. And I will win every game if you try this. Wow. Oh, that's pretty good for Serral there. He loses 1 drone, but he kills both Hellions and the Reaper. But Maru he's getting away with this. What happens, though, if Serral just pushes with Roach Speed and Carapace? Maru just dies, right? But if Serral doesn't know to push, doesn't know to commit, this is going to be interesting. This is a 7 gas Roach Ravager +1 Roach Speed. Or sorry, +1 Carapace and Roach Speed setup. Look at the supply Serral has. This is not even the 7-minute mark. And he has already got so much supply. How does Maru possibly hold this? I don't think you do. I just don't think you do. I'm saying Maru's gotten away with this. I actually don't think that he has. And I think he dies right now. It is going to take a miracle to hold. There is 1 well-placed tank. Funnily enough, this is actually a better setup for Maru than if Serral had attacked at the front. Because the barracks act as a wall. Serral, there's no reason to let Maru live right now. Absolutely none. Corrosive Biles are going to connect on the tank. They will take it out. There's a lot of bio here. It is 1-1 bio. Corrosive Biles do connect on a couple of units. Good splits from Maru. He's got a good concave. The medevacs are almost out of juice, but they're still just barely sustaining this. That was a pretty darn good fight for Maru. And he's very close to 2-2. Well, he's relatively close to 2-2. Siege tank going to siege up on the high ground. Those 3 barracks were quite valuable. Corrosive Biles, do they take out the tank? No, not in time. This is actually starting to look very good for Maru. Wow! Wow, 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 wow. Okay, we gotta watch that fight again. We gotta watch that fight again, because that looked unstoppable. Legitimately. 97 army supply to 43. Yes, it's Roaches and Ravagers versus 1-1 bio. If Serral literally goes this direction, I mean, for one, the barracks wall did so much work to keep the tank alive. What happens if Serral goes into the main? Oh my god, if Serral goes into the main, he just wins. He just wins, like, well, okay, no, there's 5 barracks at the low ground. Maru did have 3 tech labbed barracks, which is a very different setup than normal. I think Serral just wins, though, if he goes into the main. Could have easily just killed the 4th. Almost definitely. But I think if from this position, if you go up the ramp, Maru just loses. That's actually end of sentence. Can check his view. Oh, no. He definitely didn't know about the 4th. For sure. 0% chance. But yeah, you get up onto the main production super easily. You deny additional tanks. You deny additional medevacs. There's only 4 medevacs on the field. There won't be more. Corrosive Biles permanently lock down this ramp. Or Maru has to drop into his own main. Which he might actually be able to do. Theoretically, like, drop up to here. That would actually... Okay, so let's say Serral gets up the ramp into Maru's main. With, like, this whole army. If Maru immediately drops everything here, there might be a chance. But I really feel like this was like this was a game-winning army for Serral. What's the Roach upgrade? +1 Carapace. Which is great against Marines, not very helpful against Marauders, and pretty useless against tanks. But great against Marines. Yeah, killing these barracks actually doesn't help too much. Yeah, and speed. Yeah. Damn. Oh, he does have concussive shells. This was such a weird setup. Damn. NA server went down for maintenance, yeah. I can't believe Maru held this. That's really impressive. SCV pull was very good. Tank. So Serral biled the tank. But I actually think that might have been his mistake. And it feels weird that might have been the mistake. Good lift on the barracks there. It kind of enabled Maru to get a much better fight at the outset. Damn. That's actually so sick. Really, really impressive defense for Maru. I thought that was game over for sure. I think Serral wishes he had that game back. All right, White Rabbit. Ooh. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom left for Vitality, it is Maru. In the red. And his opponent spawning up the top right for Basilisk, it is Serral. In the blue. That does feel like one of those games that... Oh, man. Yeah, Serral's going to want back in a big, big, big way. That was a really strong-looking build from Serral. Hit with a ton of power. Super, super fast. I really didn't think there was any chance Maru held there. But, wow, the defense was incredible. And it was all little things, too, like lifting the barracks right before they died. It actually baited the roaches of Serral into additional tank fire. That without that one tank being exactly where it is, by the way, the game, that's unholdable for Maru, for sure. Completely unholdable. I do think if Serral goes into the main base or scouts the 4th base, either or, I think it could have been a very different game. Yeah, very different game. All right, all right, all right. I will say what Maru did was also quite obscene and very illegal. That 4th command center, you're not supposed to get away with that. You're not supposed to get away with that, but Maru is the guy who gets away with illegal build orders all the time. Every so often, he does get punished and it looks real dumb, but even when he gets caught, a lot of the times he comes out with an incredibly clutch defense, and we saw it there. And that is why StarCraft 2 is a strategy game. You got to take risks. Not taking risks is, well, you can't. You can't not take risks, IMO. I do think Dark, and I've said this for a couple months now, I think Dark has been a big reason why a lot of players are or were being more kept in check than they are now. But now that Dark is in the military, I think a lot of Terran players are not feeling as held back by some of his crazy builds. Some of his ultra-aggressive opportunities. Serral did get supply blocked at 36 for a little bit there, and it did block some larva production. Wasn't a huge block. It's pretty close to the timing of when those first 2 injects pop, but it still held him in bay for held him in place, I should say, for a moment. Oh, that Marine on the high ground actually did spot these lings. The Overlord did see this move out, but oh, wow. Oh, wow. This is a dream scout for Serral. Oh, man. 3 SCVs go down. Almost got a 4th. Dropped to 5 HP. That is an incredible amount of value for just 4 Zerglings. And now we've got another 4 Zerglings moving out. Maru seems like he really wants to go for a big Hellion run-by. He is going up to 6 Hellions at the moment. No cloak on the Banshees just yet. Serral electing not to run in with these 2 additional sets of Lings just yet. Maru hasn't played mech yet versus Serral. We'll see if he elects to. Serral is very good against mech, in my opinion. And I think in everyone's opinion. And clearly also in Maru's opinion. We do have double engineering bay coming in from Maru behind this once again. Similar to the... Actually, similar to game 2 and 3. Extraordinary levels of greed. I mean, game 3 was next level. Like, he went 4 command centers, added a second barracks, no starport, and then built a... then built 2 engineering bays, and then finally went for a 3rd barracks. And then after all that, added starport. Like, if it's a, you know, 35 to 40 gas Roach Ravager Ling all in, Maru just falls on his face. There's no defending something like that with the setup that you have. But at the same time, I didn't think he was going to defend with the +1 Carapace, or against the +1 Carapace stack. Oh, quick Hydralisk then. Okay. Serral going to be mixing things up here. And I am a big fan of this kind of a play. Now, this is a little bit vulnerable to Hellbat plays. But it's a rather big map. And Maru may not be feeling like he wants to commit super hard, having lost those early SCVs. Serral is going to scout in here. Confirms that it is, in fact, Bio. 1-1 coming in from Serral. Maru does have the very fast 1-1 himself. Is his armory in time? Yep, should be. Both of these players are bringing their, well, pretty much their A game. I do feel like this map in particular is particularly cramped, if not super small. It feels very cramped. Feels like not necessarily a lot of space to make moves. We are going to see, potentially, Siege Tank on the high ground. This is a really strong tank spot. Thank you, Philly Cheesesteak, for the Prime sub. Banshee on the right side going to try and distract. And may very well get a denial on this base. Oh. Creep. Not quite completely wiped out there. Serral going to need a good fight against this. Lings are going to look for a run-by all the way across the map. Mule, that is almost certainly meant to be a scan. I'm quite certain that that was not a purposeful mule drop. Marines on the high ground, they're not going to help because they were anticipating a Ling run by a Lings round. That's how Serral cleaned this up before, but it just means that Maru doesn't have these units here, and now Ling's on the natural expansion. Well, there are enough units for Maru to push this back, but oh, Maru actually might find the Hydras a little bit too isolated. He's got his own 1-1. 1-1 for Serral is not yet completed, and Hydras suck.jpg. More reinforcements do show up. Another couple of Hydras pop out. Maru is going to try and escape out with the medevacs. There's enough there for Serral to ultimately hold. But it was an expensive hold. Very expensive. Hydras are not super cheap. Welcome, ENM7. Good to see you here. +1 melee and +2 carapace being added in. Do we have an infestation pit yet from Serral? No. He is very much dialed into the fact that this is likely to be very aggressive. Oh, Bane speed is done. Serral, despite taking a lot of damage on this hatchery, will be able to hold it for the moment with a good rotation. Being in position is worth so much. Maru, very quickly after the first attack gets defended, is now switching back into a very defensive orientation. Serral taking the sixth base. His sixth base in the middle. The thing about these switches between ultra aggressive and now ultra turtle is that it is hard to track. Despite the insistence that speed overseers are unstoppably fast, well, first of all, you need to get up to overlord speed in the overseer. And second of all, it's actually not that easy to know exactly what the Terran is going for. Same thing like... Oh no, the queens! No! Oh, well. Oops. Queens accident. Man, those queens actually killed the Hydra so fast. Oh, medevac does get taken out. But Maru, once again, is going for the late game. Hive is half done. Ghost Academy is, well, going to finish up moments from now. Oh, it's a bait to the side, and it will successfully draw Serral out of position and gets a kill on this base. Serral will get the medevac, though. And we'll clean this up. Transfuse, oh, on the queen, but the target fire switches to the Hydras. Now going to go after a couple of drones. Wow, those Marines actually surviving for so long. Kill 5 drones. That feels crazy. Hive finishes up. What's it going to be for Serral? Okay, Nidus Worm, Lurker Den. Burrow as well. And, of course, Adrenal Glands. He's getting a 3rd Evo. Okay. I was going to say, Serral needs to take these 2 outside bases. A lot of these maps have a very similar base setup where there's like 6 bases on each side and then 2 semi-contested bases, pseudo-contested. I do think White Rabbit is a very good Terran map. Planetary Fortress behind this position. It's going to be tough to do anything against. Tank's very well positioned. And, of course, once again, you cannot abduct them anymore for some reason. Serral going to try and take the fight from the side. There's a lot of bio behind this, a lot of tanks. Where are the Vipers? They're sucking up juice. Maru will slowly chip down the hatchery in the middle. Ghost now being added in. Hydra Lunge being researched as well. We're going to see Maru trying to boost away. He actually escapes from the whole army so easily there. Base on the left is going to get taken down. Good plays from Maru here. Planetary Fortress will be forced to cancel. And I think he can save this. Hydras don't actually kill buildings crazy fast, especially with only 6 of them there. And yeah, that's going to be an easy save on that base. Oh, EMP does get avoided. Almost incidentally, just backed away just as Maru started to cast that. Nidus Worm on the bottom side. Serral doesn't have the best creep spread right now. It's been being really hampered. Tanks in the middle. Oh, they are going to get a couple of them cleaned up, but not a whole lot. God, these tank nooks are so brutal. White Rabbit is maybe my least favorite map. But it is definitely a Terran player's wet dream. Is he EMPing Overseers? Not on purpose. That was aiming for the Vipers trying to lead their targets. This one is being played with a little bit of ping. Remember that. This would have been cross-server. 3-3-3 for the ground for Serral. Maru getting towards +3 vehicle weapons. Got his 2nd armory as well. This plus shorter. I mean, this is still pretty short. But yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's Beckett is the Terran player's wet dream. Beckett Industries. Which is this. This is a slightly bigger Beckett Industries. With stronger tank positions, though. And also in a meta where tanks are unabductable. Damn, this tank position is so strong. Blinding Cloud's going to be necessary to clear this up, but the tank line goes back for days. Or at least a day. Serral is going to drop a Nidus Worm on the left side. Ghost's going to come in, and they will get a couple of snipes. And they're going to clear up the rest of the lurker on the left. That kind of got defended effortlessly. Maru trading extremely efficiently. Engagement in the middle. Will there be enough to break through? I mean, there's a few tanks, but the tank line once again goes pretty far back. But there's a lot of laying bane. Serral, did he find the opening? Marines do get kind of blasted there by the Banes. Oh my god, there's a tank to the right side, and it gets so many kills. That got left alive, and it got up to 25 kills before it went down. Still, that was a... I think that was the best fight Serral's found in this game. It is worth noting, of course, that I don't think all of his upgrades were done at that point. One air coming through for Serral. He's going for the Ultra Cavern. God, those Drilling Claw mines unburrow so fast. Oh, Ghosts retreating back here. Tanks do get blinding clouded. Snipes trying to come in on the Overseers, but a good pullback from Serral, and he actually gets another really good fight there. Maru is starting to get caught really separated. And he's been extending a little bit too far forward, which has allowed Serral to take some good fights here. Now Lurker's on the bottom right. Serral starting to cook here a little bit. It was starting to look a little bit one-sided in favor of Maru, but Serral has gotten a lot of momentum in the last little bit. Scan comes in. One Lurker falls, but the other 4 will escape. How many tanks are there right now? 11 siege tanks. Oh, Lurkers are... they were just sitting here. That's kind of cute, actually. I like that. Oh, this tank can lock... I did not even realize that. This can lock down the gases. Oh, that is an obnoxious spot. That is a really, really strong spot. Wouldn't mind getting a little bit too far forward. They don't burrow up on their own. And Serral actually finds a good amount of Maru's army. Kind of unprepared to fight. But Planetary Fortress going to complete. Ooh, Ling Bane Lurker on the bottom right. Popping out of the Nidus Worm. That will be a kill on this base on the bottom. Serral starting to make some really good rotations here. Just as it was starting to look like Maru was gaining kind of unfettered momentum in this game and in this series, Serral gets a couple of big plays. Now, we could see potentially blinding clouds to enable Lurkers to sneak up on these tanks. Drones are... Oh, man. You can hit the mineral line, too. Oi, oi, oi. That is strong. Lurker... pardon me. Nidus Worm in the main base. Maru does have a couple of tanks on the bottom right. Oh, Parasitic Bomb on some medevacs. Oh, okay. We might have to jump back for that. Oh my god, these tanks. Tank shot's big. We just missed it. You know what? We're just going to jump back. I missed a big engagement, I think. Base did fall, but yeah, Serral was able to get a lot of the bio. That was a contested base, though, so even though that did go down... Yeah, this tank behind here got... that actually only was 4 Bane kills. Looked a lot worse. That tank gets a lot of hits. God, these tank spots are so strong on White Rabbit. 13 tanks, 13 ghosts. Does he have Liberators? Or rather the Fusion Core? No, but he does have 8 orbitals. Lurkers on the bottom will spread out very nicely, actually. Oh, and that actually evades the scan. Speaking of evading, though, these SCVs are hilariously good until they're not at evading. Serral is starting to mine from this right side base, saturating the gases as well. You're going to see a couple of Lings getting taken, or pardon me, tanks getting taken out. Serral splitting off some Lings to the bottom. And we'll find both of these tanks. That's really, really nice for Serral. Maru, though, does have this left side position kind of set up. Serral going to lose these couple of units. Oh, and there we go. Starts up the Greater Spire. He does have both Lurker upgrades, right? Yeah, of course he does. Yeah. Marauder going to finally clean up this Nidus Swarm. Drones. Oh, we just heard a nuke. Nuke on the right side. There is an Overseer and a handful of Lingbane Hydra. And we'll clean this up. Serral is starting to build a very large mineral bank, but gas banks are identical right now. Oh, looks like he got another... No, that was a Marauder. Planetary Fortress now has been built on the bottom right. It will get taken down. I do believe it targeted some Banes. So it actually gets some rather... That was rather expensive for Serral. Oh, gonna try and re-engage perhaps, but that's a lot of ghosts here. Oh, good spread right there from Serral last second. Serral never took these gases in the middle. He needs these gases to be taken. Oh, man, he needed to take those gases a long time ago. It is not a given that you hold this base indefinitely. I mean, I suppose maybe he's of the opinion that if he doesn't hold that base, it's game over anyways. But I feel like we're now at the point where he needs to take the gases there. Oh, these tanks are kind of on their own. But once again, they're just in such a good position. There's an Infestor here. Maru has so many snipes available, but the EMP is going to connect. Pardon me, the fungal growth. Oh my god, so huge. I didn't know what words were anymore. That was the biggest fungal growth. Oh, what a hit. 11 ghosts going down. One ghost escaped back into the medevacs. Monster find for Serral. Absolutely monster find. Even then, if there was medevacs overhead, he could have gotten away. But Maru got caught super hard as you can get caught. Blinding Cloud going to come in now. Oh, Widowmine gets a big shot. Second one, not big at all. There's an Infestor here. More Blinding Clouds being used. Planetary Fortress will get taken down, and these mules should fall as well. Serral preventing Maru from getting a massive cash infusion. Damn, this series has been sick between these two. Corruptors starting to be added in now. Serral might feel like Maru is dead in the water if he can get out Broodlords. And I wouldn't go that far, but me putting words into Serral's mouth and then saying, well, you're probably wrong. Nope, that's not what I mean. Broodlords could be the key to ending this game. Okay, now the gases in the middle have been taken. Serral, this is a scenario where he actually does still need to get something done quite badly. Maru. Oh, he's got a lot of units in position on this bottom middle base. Finally prepared for one of Serral's rotations. 8 Infestors being added in by Serral, as well as 11 Broodlords. He may want to think about going for Spores. Ah, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a lot of drones that just aren't doing much for him. There's still a lot of gas at this base. And that is a big problem for Serral. But big problem for Maru. These Broodlords on the left side are going to find a lot of tanks. 4 tanks going to get taken out more or less for free. And Abducts could even come in on the Liberators and get those bad boys for free as well. Liberator's going to unsiege. +3 Flyer Carapace is moments away from completing, but it's only +1 ship weapons. So these Liberators are still not great. Oh, meanwhile, push now coming in the middle. I don't know about this one. Trying to draw Serral, though, away from the left, but the Queens actually get left here, which is quite interesting. Base for Serral does actually go down, and that's actually a really big problem in terms of his gas mining. Oh, there is just 1 tank on the high ground. Gases will get taken out eventually. Yeah, there they go. Both players trying to take this base again. Maru taking advantage of the fact that those Broodlords are super immobile. Oh, Ghost gonna cloak up. Broodlords are a little bit out of position. Fungal Growth, though, coming in. EMP, though, is monstrous. Ghosts. Oh, good. Transfuses, but he killed all but 2 of the Broods. Almost the entirety of Serral's army was on the left side, but the Broods were just a little bit too far forward of the Infestors, and then the EMP hits. And there's just not... there's not anything you can do. What you need to do is not have the Infestors even just a little bit far back. Oh, Fungal Growth going to try and connect, but the rest of the army of Maru is now there to defend. More Broodlords being added back in. Meg Field Accelerator, that can't be the upgrade we're looking for. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Nuke going to try and land. Oh, it might actually go off here. That does kill a couple Queens. Serral was able to get far enough away from that, though. Oh, EMP does land, but the Ghost gets hit. Snipes coming through as well. One Broodlord does go down. There's very few Broodlords left in this army, only 6. And the base falls once again. Serral going to try and pounce on this army, but Maru is able to retreat out with the lift-ups on the Thors, and GG will be called. Maru takes game number 4. I'm ready for a new map pool. Damn, losing those Broodlords, absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. Well done by Maru. Serral was more successful on Beckett than any other Zerg, if I recall correctly. Probably. Submarine was actually very wide open. Beckett had like insane stuff. Bum, 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 bum. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Wow 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 wow. Mercury's in retrograde. Heh. Oh, actually, no, we still gotta wait. Still gonna wait this out. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Did you watch Night of the Seven Kingdoms? No, but I do want to check it out. I do want to check it out. Me right now. I'm the if I say anything, I'm in big trouble meme. Wow 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 wow. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Too kind, dangerous, Alex. All right, cool. Thing has expired. Ready to get into it. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom right. Or Basilisk, it is Serral. In the blue. And his opponent. Oh my god, are we actually doing it? Spawning up the top left for Vitality, it's Maru. And we're proxying. Damn, it feels like it has legitimately been, like, years since someone has proxied Serral. And now we've got a proxy 3 racks with Maru up 3-1. I mean, this is one of the best times to proxy. One of the best times to proxy. Despite what people may insist, Proxy Rax is still a very viable build against Zerg. And I feel like we don't see anyone test Serral anymore. Granted, this is cross-server, so it's a different beast. But this is a really, really high percentage play for just winning the series outright right now. And if you lose the game, I mean, sure, yeah, you've lost, but it's Ruby Rock, which is not a bad Zerg map, I would say. Probably one of the better ones. Certainly far better than White Rabbit. That is for damn sure. Maybe some people would disagree with me, but, well, they're wrong. Serral is going to see this in a moment, but knowing the difference between a 3 racks and a 2 racks is important, and this so far looks like a 2 racks. Bunker starts up. Oh, he pulls the Overlord back as opposed to sending it further forward. Drone's going to be pulled. Drone pull versus a 3 racks is not what you want. He needs to get on top of this SCV building in the natural. Drones not going to be able to get the surround. I think this is over. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Does kill 2 Marines. Bunker won't quite complete, but this is really, really bad. These SCVs can't actually get on top of this. This does force this to cancel. Maru still has killed a lot of workers. That last second surround was so clutch. Serral, super important. He has to do everything perfect now. Everything has to be perfect. I think he needs a spine. He needs to see if there's an SCV pull. Without those 2 Marines being surrounded like that, it is for sure over. Maru can macro out of this, though. Serral can't... I actually don't think he could inject right there. I think injecting was a mistake. He's not at Ling speed yet. There we go. Just now getting up to 100 gas. Maru. I mean, against the 3 racks, pulling the SC or pulling the drones is so bad. It is like the worst thing you can do. Unless you see it with the barracks right away, in which case it's extremely good if you can deny the barracks, then you just win. There's the SCV pull. No spines. Oh, this is looking so bad for Serral. Every SCV. Save 2. Here comes Maru. No Ling speed means no chance. Serral. I mean, there's not a lot you can do. There's so much power in this army. Maru goes a little too deep. Is that enough for Serral? Not even close. There's so many Marines left over. This is going to be a slaughter. I've seen this song and dance many times before. Maru is going to take the 4-1 Grand Finals. GG well played is called. Maru takes the series. Well done. That was the perfect time to go for a proxy 3 racks. And Maru once again slightly cracks the book on the GOAT discussion. Ever so slightly. If he wins another 3 or 4 series, we can have that discussion again. There you go, Maru fanboys. That one's for you. Bringing the series score to just 2-18. No, that was a really sick series. That was really good. I do think it illustrates everything that I dislike about ZVT, but it also showed some really good games and what I really like about ZVT, which is game 2. I would say, like, as Pig said, this tournament makes it so that from now on, Serral versus Maru won't sound unenticing anymore. That's a really good point. That is a really good point. I do want to look at their series score now, because it's... it actually becomes interesting again. Okay, it's still 19-5. Wow. Wow, that is actually much worse than I thought. Oh my god, it's 19-5 in favor of Serral. Jesus. Wow. Really? That is much worse than I thought. Maru really needed this. Maru really, really, really freaking needed this. I mean, turtle means building 8 orbital command centers. Yeah, no, it's... No, but Maru, he showed a lot of diversity. This is Maru's best tournament in, like... well, this in Dallas, but I think this is more impressive than Dallas, actually. Now we can finally look at the fucking LiuLi Cup Liquipedia, which is nice. I had to avoid looking at it. So I basically got spoiled on the results of the entirety of the final day, which really sucks. Like, yeah, that really sucked. But... I didn't know what any of these scores were. So that was one nice thing. Results. Matches? Matches. There we go. That should bring it up. That's just late game. Yeah, no, for sure. But I think it's just more of a frustration with how the design of Terran is than anything. Clem was one bad blink away from 3-2. Correct. Yeah. Honestly, to me, that was probably the series of the tournament. I know that's going to sound like lame because, you know, Maru versus Serral was really, really sick. Yeah. Oh, man, my head. Oh. Matches. LiuLi Cup's Grand Finals. There we go. Okay, yeah, we'll pop this out. We can actually look at this. Yeah, Maru had a legit insanely good run. As much as I'm like memeing and stuff, I don't want to take away from that. Like, it was really impressive. Oh, wait, wait, what the? How do I have the OBS projector still working? But is there no other instance of OBS? I don't... Okay, well, that's quite weird. I think my PC had some interesting... PC had to go poop real bad, and it didn't know what to do. You are live? Yeah, sorry. I have two PC set up. So one PC projects to the other PC. Why is it showing as still open? Okay, we did launch anyway, and I guess it is now allowing me to do something. Oh, that was an unrelated flashbang from Windows. Okay, OBS thinks it's like open for a long time sometimes. We all know that the true winner here is Rogue. 1 meg field away from 9-0. Feel like the Clem series was amazing, but Maru pretty much dominated. Versus Clem? Maru versus Clem. No, that was like... I feel like that's like super untrue. I feel like it was one bad blink from Clem away from Clem winning 3-2. I feel like Clem was one misplay away not happening from winning 5-0. That's... Yeah, no, I disagree with that completely. No, I honestly think just more than anything, and I said this too, like Terran players have to play to win, you know, or players just have to play to win. Yeah. Why does it say that there's still... Please shut down any instances of OBS. There are no instances of OBS open on this particular PC. Okay, well, apparently it thinks that there are. So, cool. We're going to close that. Task Manager had none showing. Okay, I don't even... I just don't understand. I don't speak computerese. Hey, glad to hear it, Macrocosm. The big moment, there was two big moments in this series for me. One is that siege tank in the natural on Celestial Enclave. That was super freaking sick. And that was a big, big, big moment. And 2, the Broodlords getting found with the ghosts. I will be honest, it's really hard for me to separate myself from my own personal bias in a game like that in particular, because I have had my Broodlords get caught like that after getting like, you catch 15 ghosts or something and you still lose. And that shit feels so bad. I know it works the other way for Terran. Like, it feels bad the other way. It's just, yeah, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. But once again, Maru played extremely well, and he did outlast Serral in that one. Always say Zergs who don't like late games should try out some bio late games EVT, TVZ. I mean, I want to be able to learn Terran. It's just that my brain doesn't have the flexibility. The reason that I'm frustrated is that it feels like, well, I mean, the game is frustrating inherently, but for me to learn a new race would be like extraordinarily hard. Just because as a 36-year-old, I don't have neural plasticity at anything close to what I used to. So even just learning new concepts is not easy. Not to mention the fact that I'm slow as hell and my micro isn't great. Hey, no, I know that it's more challenging than it looks. But I think something still needs to be done to fix it. Learn to play piano in 6 months? That's crazy. That's very impressive. Honestly, yeah. I do know that you kind of just have to get the reps in. But it's also tough to get the reps in and be good. Do you play any one base builds for T? I haven't, no. Honestly, like, just my execution in general across all the races it needs work, to say the minimum. Yeah, even I'd be happy for Terran Power to be moved towards mid game. I mean, I just wish we had more games that were. I wish there was a way to slow down the acceleration to late game, because it feels really bad to watch a game where, while yes, the first few minutes matter, because the build order choices are very important and like how you get to the late game does matter a lot, but to have like no interaction for, I don't know, a while really sucks. Who won the series? I would recommend popping back and taking a look, but if you don't want to do so, I'm sure someone in chat will let you know very shortly.
Not enough. Good luck, have fun, and beat him, probably.
Oh, we got to change settings.
Minerals, now! Get them! Not enough minerals.
I mean, I also need to do, like, mouse accuracy trainers, I think.
Minerals, now!
To me, the most impressive thing in the game was Maru's hold actually in game... Well, that's not really fair. That's not really fair. No. Actually, I do think the most impressive thing was Maru's hold in game 2. Game 3? Celestial.
Not enough minerals. You need a geyser thingy
We
to do
need
it here.
to do the thingy.
Minerals now. Get them.
Which is to say, change our settings. Was it game 2 or game 3? Oh, did we really not set the F key? Oh man, what the hell? Oh, we did. What? Okay, I'm super confused.
Your forces are under attack. Not enough minerals. Hey, they're attacking our base. Our army be scrapping.
We're like dead already.
Evolution complete. Base is under attack. Our army be scrapping. Your forces are under attack. Minerals now. Hey, not enough energy. Our base. Your forces are under attack. Our army be scrapping. Minerals now. Get them. Our army be scrapping. Insufficient Vespine gas. Spawn more. Your forces are under attack. We need more sky elephants. But not enough minerals. Minerals now. Get them. Not enough minerals. And they're out of here.
Die! We accidentally outmicroed him. Don't ask me how we did that. I don't No. This isn't supposed to happen. We're not supposed to win those games. Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, the whole early game was such a mess. But then we flustered him. Where did our other lings go? Oh yeah, these Banes went forward. All the rest of the lings came back home. That wasn't great for us, but it wasn't terrible either. What happened at the beginning? I mean, we like messed up our stuff. I really wanted that one specific ling. And funnily enough, we did get it. I had pretty bad Overlord spotting. This was interesting. But then the Banes, like, drove by. I wonder if I should have just clicked them into his main. Oh, wow. He's going for a Roach Warren behind this. That's kind of crazy. Does he not have a third queen? No, he doesn't. Roach Warren, no third queen is kind of insane. Did we actually let that Bane finish? We did. That's a big mistake. But also we then killed... Only 3 drones. I thought we got more. Is this EU? There's NA. I think. Yeah, this was NA. Where were the Banes morphing in? Okay, right. Oh yeah, natural. We shouldn't have morphed those Banes so far forward. That, you know what? Once I got past those Banes, I actually should have sent these right into the main. Just all the way past. I was like, oh, I can try and go for this. When WoW? Probably not for a while, honestly. Three Banes for 2 and a couple of Lings. Good positioning there from him. But still, yeah, it doesn't matter at all. The Queen's still surrounded. I didn't micro this, but... yeah, at this point, he just has nothing. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Damn. That was a little goofy. But ultimately fruitful. Oh. Wait, what the hell? Oh my God. Well, we're supposed to only be playing one. Actually, we weren't supposed to play any games. Don't tell fiance fast. Don't tell her. Don't tell her. Shh. Shh. Don't say. If we play WoW, it will most likely be in OnlyFans Season 3. I say most likely. That's like almost guaranteed the only chance we will play it. But don't worry, that doesn't mean we're stopping StarCraft 2 content. You don't need to unfollow the channel. We will continue. That's it. Once again, that's if we do OnlyFans Season 3. And hey, guys, also, let's say within OnlyFans, all of a sudden, I kind of pop off, become popular. I can do what Grubby did with Warcraft 3 and drag them back into StarCraft 2. And they might even play for a little while before they realize how tough it is. OnlyFans 3 Pog? Oh, wait, what? New OnlyFans video. Oh, wait, what? Oh. Bum, 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 bum. On another love. Steadfast IOP? No wow. Sag. No wow, says Fiance Fast. That's fair. You heard her, guys. No wow. No wow. Can't do it. Oh, wow, 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 wow. No wow. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, StarCraft 2 thinks it is still running. Wait a minute. Okay, if we end that task. Okay, this is, we're not gonna, I don't think we're gonna play any more games, but this is, oh, okay. Okay. I have figured out the issue. Okay, so when you disconnect while you're in a game, extremely frustrated at work. Ah, sorry to hear that. Calming voice in your head. Well, I'm happy we can, I can help with that. Right, we wanted to look at the LiuLi Cup Grand Finals real quick before we go offline. Wanted to look at Maru's trip to the Grand... Oh my god, so loud. Wanted to look at Maru's trip to the Grand Finals. How he got there. Reynor actually the only one to take a series off of him. No, sorry, Lambo the only one to take... Damn! I forgot Lambo actually took a... Damn, that is crazy. Lambo was the only one to beat Maru in this tournament. That is crazy. And I forgot that meant we didn't get Reynor Maru in the first series. And then he 3-2'd Clem. Celestial Enclave was so close to being a completely different map. Then 3-0'd Reynor in a painful series. And 4-1'd Serral. That is crazy. Does have a calming voice? Well, thank you. That's kind of you to say. I know Maru versus Serral is hype, but I hate this meta. Why did Ghost get an HP buff? Because they made them light so that Banelings actually became a counter to them. Which made it so that Banelings are much more effective against them, but it also then made it so that now it's very hard to fight them with anything else. All right, we are going to call it a night, and we will raid somebody up. Who is Mr. Quen? Who is this?
America.
1,600 viewers with under 10K followers? That's crazy. That is, I've never heard of that. That's, wow. Well, okay. Well, okay, that's a little disappointing. We'll let you guys make your own conclusions, draw your own conclusions on that. For the record, I have almost 20,000 followers. And my average viewership is not at a 1,600 or 1,700 amount. Not impossible, but not super common. All right, we're going to rate up Gabo. Ayaya. All right, once again, thank you very much for tuning in, hanging out, tuning in. Have a good night. All that jazz. I don't think we're going to stream tomorrow. Unlikely. If we do, we'll have to gather some replays, etc. But either way, we'll be continuing. All right. Peace. Bye-bye. Stay safe, everybody.